Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Calling to order this meeting of the Committee on Finance. The time is 10:10 on Monday, January 13th, 2020. The first item is the Rule 45 minutes. You should have those minutes in front of you from the November meetings. December, sorry. Does anyone have any changes or questions? Take a look at them. May I have a motion for approval? Alderman Riley moves to pass. All in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Our second item today is a subject matter hearing on the impact of the Earned Income Tax Credit for Chicago families. We have two speakers here with us today and several witnesses. To present testimony, we're going to have Lisa Christensen-Gee from the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy and Megan Dugan-Bassett from New America. If you could both come up, I'd appreciate it. Yeah, this one? No, it's a fact sheet. On your desk, you should have a fact sheet for the EITC, and then they're going to provide testimony today, and we will email out whatever testimony they have to each one of the members. So, if you could say your name and title and where you're from, and go ahead.
Great. Good morning. My name is Lisa Christensen-Gee. I'm the Director of Special Initiatives at the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan tax policy organization based out of Washington, D.C. But I am fortunate to live and work right here in Chicago, and very pleased to have the opportunity to testify to you this morning on the importance of the EITC for Chicago's hardworking families, and to talk about ways in which Chicago can continue to play a role in bolstering the impact of this great tax policy. So, as a tax wonk, my comments today are really going to be focused on the policy design, the history of the credit, and then the impact from the known data. So, diving in just a little bit of the history, the EITC was first enacted by the federal government in 1975 during a very tough economic moment, and it was used to offset payroll and income taxes for low and moderate income families, and it has gone on to grow to be one of the largest anti-poverty programs in the United States. So in 2017, we know that the EITC moved 5.7 million people out of poverty, including 3 million children, and it reduced the severity of poverty for around 20 million people, including 7 million children. So here's how the EITC works. It helps boost the incomes of working low-income families by reducing their federal income tax liability and then refunding any remaining credit amount, returning that to their pockets. In tax year 2020, qualifying families can receive a maximum credit of between $538 a year if there are workers without children, or up to $6,600 a year if it's a family with 3 or more qualifying children. So the EITC is what I call a super policy. It accomplishes a lot of really important social impacts, not only reducing poverty, it also provides a short-term safety net for families who are struggling with reduced hours or short-term job loss. Thank you. It acts as a true economic stimulus for local economies because dollars returned to the pockets of low and moderate income families are spent out in the communities where they live and where they work and where they spend rather than being invested in states or in projects overseas. And it helps counteract the regressive nature of our local and state tax systems. In addition, it provides economic, health, educational benefits for the children of families that are receiving this credit that extend beyond the time period in which those families are actually benefiting from the EITC. So the states are not interested in missing out on this great thing, and so since that time, 29 states, including the District of Columbia, Guam, Puerto Rico, even some municipalities like New York and Montgomery County, Maryland, have enacted their own state earned income tax credits. Illinois first enacted its credit in 2000, and its credit value is now valued at 18% of the federal credit, which means that families might receive a credit up to $97 if they're, again, workers without children, and up to $1,188 if they're families with 3 or more qualifying children. So like the federal credit, the state credit reduces state income tax liability, and in instances where state income tax liability is zero, all of those dollars go out in a refund to those families. So the EITC credit helps also reduce the regressive state and property taxes that families in our state pay, and also helps them to pay for things that keep them working, such as household necessities, vehicle maintenance, obtaining additional training, job security. You'll hear more about that from some of the stories from other testifiers today. So what do we know about the impact of these two credits, the federal and the state credit for local Chicagoans? So ITEP estimates that 22% of Chicago households are eligible to receive the federal and state credit. This represents 546,000 workers and reaching 276,000 children, or 40% of all Chicago children. So the reach of this policy is significant. We also estimate that if all eligible families claimed both the federal and state credit every year, these policies would be collectively responsible for returning over $1 billion in income to working families, boosting their income as well as the local economies where they spend those dollars. However, one of the core challenges that we face is that the IRS estimates that approximately 20% of eligible workers are not benefiting from the credit because they're not claiming it. And another 9% aren't claiming the state credit, which means that there's about $235 million a year that's being left unclaimed that could be working to help improve the economic security of Chicago families. So that's where continued efforts of state, federal, and local bodies can really have an opportunity for greater impact. So working to improve EITC uptake among eligible workers in Chicago, and then also supporting efforts to strengthen the EITC policies at both the state and federal levels are core ways that this body can really show its support and its commitment to reduce poverty, bolster worker and household incomes, and promote progressive revenue structures. You're going to hear more from other experts as to the best practices for increasing participation, such as continuing to invest in public awareness and outreach campaigns, or funding tax prep, which are core initiatives that Chicago has been a leader on for the past decade, as well as innovative strategies, such as implementing auto-filing systems. As a benchmark for the potential upside, ITEP estimates that a 5 percentage point increase in the number of Chicago households claiming the federal and state EITCs would mean that an additional 19,000 families would be getting $52 million more dollars to benefit their workers and their communities. Further, there are efforts at both the federal and state levels to expand the credit, the value of the credit, as well as what workers are included and are receiving this impact of this important policy. There are lots of workers who are currently excluded from the existing policy designs, such as workers without children who are between the ages of 18 and 24 years old, as well as workers who are contributing to our economy, but who file and pay taxes with ITIN numbers instead of Social Security numbers. So thank you for your time, and I'll look forward to your questions.
Alderman, we're going to hear from our next witness and then put them together so you can get a sort of a broader scope of what they're discussing, but I'll come back to you as soon as she's done. Thank you, Ms. Ski. Next, we're going to hear from Megan Dugan Bassett from New America, and then I'll open it up for questions for the committee.
Thank you so much. My name is Megan Dugan Bassett, and I am the Chicago Fellow for New America. I'm a longtime proud Chicago resident. New America is a nonprofit think tank and innovation lab that's based in DC. We have 4 hubs around the country that work with local communities on issues of work, income, and economic equity. And we partner with residents, local governments, and nonprofits using tools like human-centered research and design and technology to inform policymaking at the state, local, and national level. We also work a lot with our public interest technology team to connect technologists with local and state governments and nonprofits to really help vulnerable communities Our team designs and deploys technology that serves people and solves community problems. Lisa gave a really wonderful background about the EITC, so I won't say a ton about the impact. I'll dig in a little bit more to some different ways that we could use in Chicago to increase uptake. But I will say that the EITC is objectively one of the most successful anti-poverty policy initiatives in the country. And studies have shown that the EITC make it more worthwhile for single parents to return to work. And as Lisa said, most families really are using it for necessities. They're using it for things like fixing up their home. They're using it for cars to get to work. So it's also having a wonderful impact on the local community when money is really going back into the businesses within that community as well. I won't go into a lot of how much, as Lisa mentioned, there's a large number of people in Chicago that easily could receive the EITC that aren't. We estimate that around 117,000 people could be receiving it that aren't, and that amounts to around $1 billion, as Lisa mentioned. There are many reasons why people don't claim this money. We have a wonderful volunteer tax network within Chicago that works really hard, but they don't have the money or the capacity to serve everyone, and some people just won't come in person anyway. But there's a number of reasons why people don't receive the EITC. We know that the process for identifying eligibility on the IRS website is extremely long and tedious. No surprise there. Some people earn so little that they just don't file taxes, and others may get wrong, just faulty information or make mistakes when they're filling out their taxes. Nobody knows for sure what would be the most effective way to get more dollars to those struggling Chicagoans to access that between $200 and $300 million each year. But that's one of the reasons I'm so pleased to see this body take on this issue. I would really recommend that it's time for the city of Chicago to borrow a successful strategy from the technology world and find out exactly what the barriers are for those families and what exactly people need to use the EITC using a human-centered design approach or a technology sprint. We would really recommend that the city take on a discovery sprint, including user experience research. And this is a short, intense period of problem investigation that's used really successfully in the private sector, that's also been used by the U.S. Digital Service at the White House to allow a team to quickly diagnose problems and identify solutions. And then user experience research is part of that process to really identify why people, what are the many reasons people are not getting the EITC, and really walk through with them how they would actually respond to specific products or letters, websites, what have you, that might be designed to meet those needs. We already know that we can do better. In the early 2000s, at least 3 states and 2 cities have piloted some type of project to increase EITC uptake through auto-filing or through a pre-populated form. So past pilots in New York and Los Angeles have used paper mailings with simple forms to clarify EITC eligibility and also allow people to quickly file or amend their taxes. In the New York City pilot, they found that directly contacting families with a simple pre-filled paper form actually increased EITC uptake by as much as 28%. And as Lisa just mentioned, just increasing our uptake by 5% would be a huge financial impact for Chicago. That same pilot by the New York City Finance Department from 2006 through 2008 used past year returns to help potential recipients recoup EITC from past years that they had they had filed but not actually gotten the EITC that they were actually eligible for. And so you can do that with the IRS for up to 3 years. So people can recoup up to 3 years of EITC that they did not get but were eligible for. And so the first year, the department really did it alone, and the project cost about $529,000, of which about a little more than half was just literally purely mailing costs. And they covered about 140,000 2003 and 2004 returns in that mailing. The next year, they worked much more closely with the IRS to better target because they found that they were sometimes sending it out to people who really weren't eligible. And so they did a much more targeted effort the second year, which cost about $191,000 and had a much higher correct response rate. All in all, they had about 22,000 households claim $14 million in state and federal EITC dollars. In the case of a California pilot, there's been a couple of different types of pilots in California. A group of residents with really simple income streams received a state tax return with the basic information already pre-filled. They could check and correct that form and then send it back, discard it, or file it on their own, but much more quickly and easily. Using this approach would also let the city and state alert people who may be eligible for the EITC and ensure more accurate returns. That particular project cost about $200,000, including mailing costs, but in both of these cases, a lot of that money was actually startup costs, that it gets cheaper as you continue to do it. They had about 21% of recipients of the 50,000 that they contacted that chose to participate, and the department received rave reviews from people who were very, very happy with that new approach. If similar techniques were applied to the remaining Chicago residents that need EITC filing support, we expect that the number of those receiving the EITC in Chicago could grow, increasing uptake and saving time for filers, as well as actually decreasing errors in filing. Given the ubiquity of cell phones and the new Illinois online tax portal, an approach that partners with the Department of Revenue and the IRS to identify potential EITC recipients and allow them to go online to confirm what the state and IRS already know about their income and quickly confirm their EITC eligibility would likely really substantially increase access to this really important funding for low-income families. And it would actually act as an important test case for the rest of the country. But first, we have to listen to residents and find out what they need and what would be most useful and most effective for them. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Bassett. Alderman Hopkins, let's open it up with that question there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You both alluded to the extensive public outreach campaigns that have been conducted over the years. Some of it we've contributed funding towards. One thing they all seem to have in common is community-based organizations have stepped up and said, you know, I'm going to help spread the word. Many of these organizations themselves don't have a lot of sophistication on tax matters, but what they do have are extensive points of contact within the community. And I was just wondering if you would mind perhaps taking this opportunity to give a few shout-outs to some of the community-based organizations that you know that have really gone above and beyond trying to spread the word about this outstanding benefit.
Yes. Thank you. That's absolutely true. I mean, Chicago has really been actually quite a leader. If you look at the U.S. Conference of Mayors has put together a primer for other cities on how to lead these successful campaigns, and Chicago is highlighted frequently as being sort of a core player in this. A lot of that goes into the VITA sites, right, that have been funded, and the tax preparers that provide assistance there. And then, I mean, many of the core players who are part of those campaigns are here today to provide testimony, so we will be able to hear from them and their members, but it includes a very broad coalition from faith-based organizations to private, the private sector, right, the U.S. Chamber, other chambers, getting involved in these processes. So that is absolutely a very core part to successful campaigns. Thank
you, Alderman. And before we take any more questions, I just want to point out we have representatives or advocates from COFI, from Economic Security for Illinois, Cost of Living Refund Coalition, Southeast Side Community, and LASSE Chicago, and a couple others. So we'll hear from them as well. But any other aldermen have questions? Alderman Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Just a couple questions. In the resolution, it talks about how Chicago has, we're about 80%, so we have about a 20% drop off. How does that compare to other cities?
So I don't know on a city-by-city basis. So that data is actually extrapolated from state estimates that the IRS puts together. And it's statewide, it's usually between 20 and 25%. So it's a pretty common issue that permeates the administration of the credit sort of nationwide. So Chicago is Illinois is at 23% estimated of not claiming, which falls within that 20 to 25% sort of average statewide.
New York State is 18%. More people have to file, so more low-income people have to file in New York State, so I think that may partially play into that, but they've also done a lot of initiatives around this as well.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is if we're, because you mentioned that Chicago's often mentioned in a positive sense, what are we doing, or what else? I know you said technology, but how else can we reach these folks that are leaving this on the table?
Honestly, I would really recommend, and I think something that we're really interested in starting to do is just talking to, listening to more residents and finding out, there's only, the nonprofits are doing an amazing job, and I think they're working hard. They have limited resources. And then there's always some people who aren't going to come physically to a space and may not be connected to their nonprofit. And so some of the states that have been most effective with this, they have literally just reached out to everyone via mail who is eligible or who they think is eligible. And so that really captures those people that just aren't going to come in the doors of a nonprofit, or maybe are not really connected in their community, so that you can get to those people that, it's harder for the nonprofits to reach, even though they're doing a great job.
Okay, and just to clarify, this is all done on your tax return. You don't have to apply to qualify ahead of time.
Yeah.
So it's all done by April 15th when we're filing our taxes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and as Megan has mentioned, one of the core challenges is their filing thresholds. So if there are individuals who, if they have income below a certain amount in Illinois, they don't even have to file a form, and that's where the biggest concern, those are folks with the lowest incomes who we'd be most concerned about making sure that they're getting the credit. And you're asking the right question about what more can we do to reach them. And I think the technological strategies that Megan has offered is a good next sort of step, because Chicago has been very robust in its, get out the word, mailing flyers, posting things in public transit, those sorts of pushes. So I think maybe the next step is looking at in what ways there are technological solutions. And then the other, to reach those families that are sort of the harder to reach families that are less connected to other resources, we're going to hear from our public service providers who may have some better ideas of how we could reach those folks.
So then, one question and a comment. As it relates to the 55,000, forgive my ignorance, who establishes, is that the Congress, or who establishes the income level for the tax?
Yeah, it's so that the policy is written by U.S. is in the tax code, the federal tax code, and the way that Illinois has enacted its own state credit is just to say, hey, whatever you got for your federal credit, we're going to give you 18% of that. So Illinois completely follows all of the federal government's eligibility rules for who qualifies for the credit.
So how often is that income, the 55,000,
Increased?
adjusted? Yes.
Yeah, it's inflation adjusted. So
Oh, it
every
is.
year it's
Okay.
at least keeping up with inflation. The dollar amounts themselves have not shifted substantially since. There were some major reforms, was it back in 2015? Where they increased the income amount for families with more children. There were some changes to the income eligibility rules. But at the federal level, there's lots of conversations right now about shifting the maximum income eligibility higher up into the income spectrum to reach a broader swath of working families.
Sure. Okay. And I think that's it. The other comment, Chair, is as we're reaching out, in the back of my mind, I'm remembering the discussions we have regarding the census this year, and these are going to be some of the same people we're trying to reach. And so as we're out communicating on census, we should also be communicating this and vice versa. It's just a holistic approach. So just a thought. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Alderman Urban.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is general. What is the typical demographic of individuals who do not file? Because I know that, man, it's like a mad dash to the tax office right about now to get that earned income tax credit and whatever other refunds that are available. So I want to get an understanding of what the typical demographic of the individual is that traditionally does not file.
So one of the hardest things about counting the people who are not claiming a thing is that by definition we don't know who they are because we don't have that information about them. So in terms of the best way that as data people we try to extrapolate what might be happening, we're most concerned about individuals who have the lowest incomes because the way the EITC has been designed, it phases in with income, so families with the lowest incomes don't get the highest amount of the credit. So folks, there's not as much of an incentive on that lowest end to file, and those folks may not already be filing an income tax return. So those are the folks that we would be sort of the most concerned about wanting to reach. And then also on the other end, the maximum credit phases out as income increases. So folks with the higher incomes, as you reach sort of the $55,000 maximum credit level, we may be a little bit less concerned about whether or not they're getting the credit. So what we know is theoretically, that we anticipate or predict that you would have bundles of people on both ends. But then there are also reasons to be concerned about, or we anticipated there would be people who were missing because they don't have access to tax prep. They're living in really overwhelmed circumstances. That's just not something that's fallen under their parameter or their radar. But we don't have, I'm not as aware of a really rich demographic profile for the non-filers.
Is it possible to work probably more so with the state than with the federal government on identifying individuals who, A, have been reported to have had income, who have not filed returns in those years? Is that something that we as a municipality could do, or is that something that the social service sector, not-for-profit sector can do? Because if you have reported income, you should be easy to find, or we should know that you didn't file a return. I won't say you're easy to find, but we should know you didn't file a return. Therefore, we can kind of extrapolate who these individuals are purely by just cross-referencing filed returns versus
absolutely.
Versus those systems or W-2 forms or what have you.
And not only like the State Department of Revenue or the Governor's Office, who I know is also interested in looking at ways to use the census moment to kind of make sure that we're making, using outreach for the EITC. But even so, the volunteer income tax assistance, or the VITA sites, which are the ones that provide the volunteer tax prep, those are sponsored by the IRS. So there are pockets of, even the federal government that can be an ally in these efforts. As well as there are lots of social service agencies at both the state and then local level that have income data and work with some of the more vulnerable populations that could be used with technological solutions, with wonky things like data trusts can help share the data and cross-reference the data to make sure that folks are receiving the benefit of all of the different programs that exist to improve their economic situation.
That would actually, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
That's actually part of the process of a user experience research project would be to identify who are kind of profiles of most common people we'd be trying to get to. And I know that Civis Analytics, which is based here in Chicago, has done a project in New York actually to identify, to use publicly available data, but in a really unique way to try to figure that out.
Well, the challenge there is that information is not publicly available. I think this is something that we need to encourage both the state and the federal government to engage in, because they're the ones that are holding all of the data, and they can tell you probably with the flip of a switch who's filed, who hasn't filed, and who the outliers are,
Right.
and that maybe they should be going after these individuals because we don't have access to that particular set of information. I guess maybe in different, like New York, for example, that has, I believe they have a local income tax, and people are filing.
Right.
That makes the city a part of that process, whereas here in the state of Illinois, we do not have a local income tax. So all of that data is literally housed with the state and with the federal government. It may behoove us to focus on them because they are the ones, instead of us trying to find the needle in the haystack, they know what the needle is and where it is exactly.
That's absolutely right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. Alderman Smith?
Yes, thank you. I guess one thing that I'm wondering about is with the recent changes to the food stamp program, the federal food stamp program, I guess I want to know are you finding that people who do not file for the earned income tax credit are yet, at least presently, getting food stamps?
So the food stamp, and there are other experts in the room who are more of experts on this topic than I am as a tax policy. Amy Reinell, for example, I don't know if Amy is available to answer that question. The income eligibility is oftentimes lower than the maximum for the EITC, but there's definitely a group of individuals who are going to be most impacted by the changes in the food stamps rules that are currently not eligible to receive the EITC because there are if you're a worker without children and your age is 18 to 24 in the workforce, you don't qualify for the EITC. So we are actually, there's a coalition in Illinois working to expand Illinois' EITC to bring in those workers, to expand the credit to them, and that's actually part of the conversation that's being had right now with state legislators as one of the responses to the changes in SNAP beneficiary rules.
Well, yes, that makes sense. So what I'm wondering is the agency that houses the SNAP credit a place where you can do outreach for this initiative, because people are going to be are actively engaged probably right now and going, oh, am I still qualifying? So is that the Illinois, I don't know what department that is in Illinois.
Amy, right now, I'm going to defer to Amy. She's the human resources expert.
Could you state your name first for the record?
Sure. Hi, I'm Amy Reinell with Heartland Alliance. The food stamp changes are affecting adults who do not have dependents and live with them and who are not actively working today. So if they did work in the last year, they will be eligible for this tax credit, and it can mitigate some of the harm that's going to happen from those SNAP changes. That's being administered by the state agency, Illinois Department of Human Services, and it's a policy they're forced to implement as a result of how federal policy works.
So I guess what I'm saying is, if I was getting food stamps, I would be asking, oh my God, am I still eligible? And even if I am still eligible, I might be one of the people who isn't taking my earned income tax credit. Is that
So you're right that one of the core strategies in uptake is reaching and touching people at all of the different points where they're interacting with the system, which includes, SNAP eligibility. It includes just the full range of human resources that people are applying for. That's an opportunity to touch them and make sure that they're receiving EITC credits and connecting them to that additional step.
And are there city agencies at which we could do this, where we're meeting people? What city agencies would be a place where, if you had even a sheet of paper that said, are you taking the earned income tax credit?
Amy.
Where would that be? Through our Department of Children and Family Services? Is that do you have suggestions in that regard?
I can weigh in on that as well.
Okay.
The city's DFSS, Department of Family and Support Services, has offices in, I can't remember how many communities, so they're massive footprint offices, maybe 7 or 10 of them, that have service staff on site. So they could be engaged in this type of outreach. Anyone who walks in any government agency door like this should be informed of the benefits they could be eligible for. And so what we're pointing out today, the EITC is one high value support for families, and there are others, and there's a lot of similar criteria across them. I think the other thing that's coming to the surface that's important to mention is how we define work and what work we value. And I think that's a conversation perhaps not for today, but that's a through line with what's happening with SNAP and with the EITC about who can get it and who cannot.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would ask a question that perhaps we could pose, if somebody already hasn't asked the question, about whether the Department of Children and Family Services would be willing to participate in outreach on this effort.
I think we will put it out to the department head, and I think it was mentioned about the census and some of the other issues that have come up. I think they'll be coordinating through the mayor's office to get this information out. So we can also have the mayor's office give us further information once they decide how we can push it out.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Next, we're going to have several people that will give testimony on this subject from Kofi and other organizations. So if I could have Rosalba Nava, thank you for testifying.
Thank you.
If there's any further questions, we'll grab you over there as well. Ms. Nava, Cornelia Sims, and Isaiah Rogers. You could step up to the microphone. And just state your name and the organization you're with.
Can you hear me? Good morning. So my name is Rosalba Nava, and I'm here representing COFI, which is Community Organizing Family Issues and Power PAC, Parents Who Organize and Win and Educate Renew Policy Action Council. Well, as a single mother, for the Earned Income Tax Credit will be something to help me stabilize me financially and also help other parents who are low income or even working either part-time or half a time to help us have that extra earned income. The EICT can help families plan and provide for things that they don't have otherwise, or either sacrifice, either trying to either paying their bills or paying their food on the table. Also, as a single mother, I know you mentioned about food stamps, but me having that earned income and knowing that I'm going to have that earned income would eliminate myself, and I know other parents, into applying for food stamps. Also, individuals with children and other older individuals who are working, who are not eligible for the Earned Income Tax Credit, can also apply for this and help them. Our senior citizens, our parents who are working either part-time, and also even help them to keep their bills on. Because the struggling families here in Chicago with the rents, with parking tickets, things that are holding our parents back and keeping them back in poverty, this is a door opening. This is an opportunity for our parents to move out of poverty, to step out of poverty. And most of all, as a Latina, it is very important that all the information is also given in Spanish and in other languages. In our city website, and our outreach, and everywhere that we might go, that also have it in different languages. Because our city is multicultural. And I believe that everybody should have a voice. Everybody should know and be educated on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nava. Next up is Cornelia Sims.
Hello, my name is Cornelia Sims, and I'm also part of COFI, Community and Organizing and Family Issues, and I represent Inglewood and West Inglewood area. As a low-wage worker, I can attest to the benefit that the Earned Income Tax Credit provides. Anyway, we are unable to increase the accessibility to the EITC or expand its benefits is guaranteed to positively impact the lives of workers and their families. The EITC is always a relief in helping each catch up on bills that have piled up over the months, along with other standing financial needs. An important point to think about when discussing the EITC and low-wage workers is the instability of low-wage work itself. Many people struggle to hold down a job and often go months in between work opportunities. The EITC benefit that individuals can receive for the work they are able to find can help buffer the financial hardship of unemployment. Along the same line, the safety net that the EITC provides also helps individuals have a plan for the unexpected, including things like medical care and child care. It is also important to think about older, low-wage working individuals. A lot of low-wage work does not provide pension or retirement plans. The EITC helps individuals receive funds that can be saved and set aside for long-term visioning. Lastly, when people receive their EITC during tax season, people are likely to spend that money on education for their children, home improvements, and health care for all working-class families within their communities on which they can benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up is Isaiah Rogers and then Nikaya Johnson.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Isaiah Rogers, and I just want to say that as a single parent and an ex-offender, being a low-income father, it's very difficult for me to get child care because the income is low. And if I decide to go to school or something, you know, there's no way that I can get no help as far as child care. So I'm thinking that this is going to be a little bit more help for me because then I'll be able to pay. I'll be able to pay to get a babysitter. So my thing is just that a lot of fathers don't know nothing about this. There's not a lot of organizations for fathers to find out about this. And being a single father, especially here in Chicago, is very difficult. So what I'm trying to say is that if it's any kind of way that y'all can start helping fathers find out about this, it'll be good.
Mr. Rogers, which neighborhood are you in?
I'm in Inglewood.
Inglewood. With Kofi?
Yeah, I'm with Kofi.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nikaya Johnson?
Yes. Good morning. My name is Nikaya Johnson. I am a resident of the city of Chicago. I support expansion of the income tax credit. Thank you for having this hearing and providing a forum for me to tell my story and explain how small changes in existing tax system can literally change lives. I would change my life. It would change my life to be eligible for earned tax income credit. I work 4 times a week and I'm struggling. I do not have children and therefore am not eligible for this tax credit. Yet I provide care for many people in my family who do not qualify as dependents under the current tax structure. The difference between the tax credit for a person like me who doesn't have children with a married couple with children is up to $2,800. I could do a lot with $2,800, and most of it will be spent in the Chicago community. Like I want to own my own businesses, go into real estate, and open up some shelters, stuff like that. Expanding the tax credit to workers over 65 is another way to especially impact our vulnerable seniors. Many of my family members are forced to continue working past the age of 65. If they are working, they have to work, and they should at least be given a tax credit. Caregivers like nannies, home care workers, and family support caregivers should receive the benefit of that important work. Expanding our current tax system to give value to the work of caregivers is an easy way to empower families. Like me, I work as a nanny and I've done home care for 7 years, and I provide for a lot of different families, so this would really help me. Thank you for taking the time to consider this important issue and how policy can impact our lives. These small changes would radically empower me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next, we'll have Amber Wilson and Jade Mazon, and then Ilder Hernandez.
Good morning. My name is Amber Wilson. I am from the Washington Park area. Thank you for adding us this morning onto your agenda. I am the coalition manager for the Cost of Living Refund Coalition with Economic Security for Illinois. Economic Security for Illinois is working to create economic stability for Illinois residents by addressing how we tax our residents in Illinois. Specifically, we are focusing on the Earned Income Tax Credit, and we hope to inform current residents who are currently eligible to receive but not filing and receiving, and we also want to expand the Earned Income Tax Credit. We want to expand to anyone over the age of 18. We want to expand for students who come from low-income households. We also want to expand to caregivers, those caring for a child under the age of 6, as well as an elderly or disabled family member. And we also want to include ITIN filers. I myself am a single parent, and I come from a single parent household. I've struggled to achieve financial stability while pursuing higher education and even thereafter working jobs living paycheck to paycheck. I know what it means to rely and survive from the assistance of the government and still struggle to make ends meet. Last week, I met with a director with Chicago Lift, and he informed that an additional $3,000 a year in a family or household will help the next generation earn more than previous generations. And so this just proves that access to the Earned Income Tax Credit is extremely important and necessary, and the work that we are doing is meeting with families and individuals within the community who would greatly benefit receiving or having access to the Earned Income Tax Credit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Next up, Ms. Mazon.
Good morning. My name is Jade Mazon. I'm here today because the prospect of the Earned Income Tax Credit being expanded is a welcome one for my family and my community. I'm a lifelong resident of the southeast side of Chicago. I will be 50 years old in March. I am college educated, and I live critically below the poverty level. Currently, I use my EITC to whittle away my debt. Should the tax credit increase, I know exactly how I would spend it. I would be able to purchase what most would call necessities. I call them luxuries because I normally wouldn't be able to afford them. I would get my carpets cleaned professionally. I would have my cats neutered, which is the reason why I need my carpets cleaned. And I would buy a bed for myself. Not a big bed, nothing fancy, not even a headboard, just a twin bed, a simple frame and mattress. I've been sleeping on the couch for 3 years because I haven't been able to save up for one. It's very humiliating to admit how I survive. In fact, it makes me feel as though I'm not even human sometimes. I have been in survival mode from a very early age, digging in the dirt for buried treasure to get our electricity turned back on. Later, working 2 jobs to send money home while putting myself through Loyola University. To be honest, juggling those jobs was not the hard part. The hardest part was sitting in class after class, being undersupplied, underprepared, and trying to keep up with the students that could afford the technology of the day that always seemed to impress my professors. I have been in survival mode for as long as I can remember, and I am war weary. Additional tax credit on my income returns would be a transferal of resources that I have earned. In my community work, I've met countless people in similar situations, and I would personally know hundreds of people that would benefit from this policy. Thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mazon. Ilder Hernandez.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Hilda Hernández y soy promotora de salud de la organización Enlace Chicago. Gracias por darme la oportunidad de expresarles sobre las personas con las que trabajo y con las que podría ayudarles a vivir en una mejor vida en nuestra ciudad. Trabajo y vivo en mi comunidad Little Village en el Distrito 22. Como promotora de salud, conozco muchas familias que califican para los servicios gratuitos o a bajo costo, porque sus ingresos no son lo suficientes para sus necesidades básicas. Las personas con las que trabajo ganan entre 18 a 22 mil dólares anuales y todos ellos son parte de familias trabajadoras. Sus ingresos están por debajo del nivel de pobreza. Ellos están haciendo todo lo posible por sobrevivir. Viven de cheque en cheque. Estas familias se encuentran atrasadas en sus alquileres, en sus facturas de luz y de gas y otras necesidades cotidianas, a pesar de su arduo trabajo y compromiso para hacer una mejor vida. Además, muchos de ellos carecen de seguro médico. Tomemos en cuenta los altos costos de la atención médica. Las familias terminan al borde de una crisis financiera, ya que están cerca a una bancarrota potencial. Como esta ley actual, muchas de estas familias con las que trabajo no califican para un crédito tributario por el ingreso del trabajo, a pesar de caer en el rango de ingresos actual. Es por eso que Enlace y otros miembros de la Coalición de Illinois para los Derechos de los Inmigrantes y Refugiados ha priorizado expandir quién califica para el crédito tributario por el ingreso del trabajo, junto con la cantidad que reciben los contribuyentes calificados. Podemos ampliar este crédito para todos los trabajadores, no solo para aquellos con hijos. Podemos expandirlo para trabajadores mayores de 65 años, estudiantes que trabajan part-time y personas que nos brindan servicios valiosos a nuestros vecinos. Es por eso que estoy aquí, para pedirles que realicen estos cambios en el crédito tributario por el ingreso del trabajo. Todos merecen una declaración de impuesta justa y un sistema que viva los valores en el espíritu del EITC para ayudar a los trabajadores y familias. Gracias.
Hello, I will be translating for Hilda. Good morning, my name is Hilda Hernandez. I'm a health promoter at the organization Enlace Chicago. Thank you for providing me this opportunity for me to tell you about the people I work with and what can help them live better lives in our city. I work and live in the community of Little Village in the 22nd Ward. As a health promoter, I see many families that qualify for free or low-cost services because their income is not enough for basic necessities. The people with whom I work with earn between $18,000 to $22,000 annually, and all of them are part of working families. Their incomes are below poverty level. While they are doing their best to survive, they live paycheck by paycheck. Still, oftentimes these families find themselves behind on their rent, behind on gas and light bills, and other everyday needs despite their hard work and commitment for a better life. Additionally, many of them lack health insurance, so with the high cost of health care, families end up being on the brink of a financial crisis as they are one medical crisis away from potential bankruptcy. As the current law stands, many of the families I work with do not qualify for the earned income tax credit despite falling in the current income range. That's why Enlace and other members of the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights have prioritized expanding who qualifies for the earned income tax credit, along with the amount that qualifying tax filers receive. We can expand this credit for all workers, not just those with children. We can expand it to include workers over 65, students who work part-time, and caregivers who value services to our neighbors. This is why I am here to ask you to make these changes to the earned income tax credit. Everyone deserves a fair tax return in a system that lives the values and spirits of the EITC to help hard workers and working families who are trying their best.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Next up, we have Mr. Blakemore. George Blakemore.
Black people are old Americans. Old Americans, enslaved in America. It's new America. This is about illegal immigrants, getting resources, using food stamps, getting health care. This is about them. So I guess they paid some blacks to get up and read. You're old Americans. So I am against this. They get food stamp, public housing, health care, everything, and not even legal citizens. Norma Reyes told me several years ago, she's dead now, Consumer Services and Affairs, Mr. Blakemore, you always talking about illegal immigrants. You know who brought this in? I said, no. She said, Harold Washington, pandering to Gutierrez, and he's pandering to the Hispanic Mexican community. He brought it in. I don't care if my mama brought it in. I'm anti that. We need sanctuary. You black people need sanctuary. New Americans. You are all Americans. You was enslaved in America, and you're still on the plantation. And some of you whites are indentured servants too. You go along with this nonsense. That's what it's all about. And the white business people, you're a part of it. They should lock you up for hiring them. They didn't go through immigration naturalization. We need our reparation. We need it. They just got through using 6 minutes. 3 minutes for her, and then 3 minutes for that other one. And then gonna cut me off at 3. I'm a all American. My roots, my blood, my sweat, my tears are in America, as slaves in America, and still a social underclass now. We have not overcome. When will we overcome? When will we? They had good white folks, abolitionists, John Brown, whites who went when Dr. King was there. But they got a lot of evil ones too. So this nonsense, new Americans, you better take care of your old Americans. We never got our reparations, and we're still a permanent underclass. These people are advocating for themselves. For themselves. They get food stamps and everything, and then they cut you off, black folks. Oh, America, DDD, back to you.
Yeah, I agree with you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As we move forward with the EITC tax credit information, we'll make sure that the mayor's office gets this family services to provide information as well through all of their different offices, and as more information comes out, we will forward it to you. We will also make sure that DFSS handles the issue of providing it in different languages, as we do with some of the issues that are coming up in 311. Item number 3 is a communication recommending a proposed amendment to Municipal Code Section 2-32-515 to make the city investment policy compliant with the recently passed Illinois Sustainable Investing Act. Here to speak on the matter and answer questions is our resident expert and Assistant City Treasurer, Michelle Murphy. Hey, you get to do that. Happy New Year. Only if you answer questions for George Blakemore.
Good morning.
You know the drill.
Is this on?
Yeah. It's good.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michelle Murphy. I'm an Assistant City Treasurer. I'm here before you this morning to ask your support for this amendment to our investment to the municipal code to reflect the Illinois Sustainable Investment Act. The act was approved by the state legislature back in, hold on, I'll give you the date, the summer, and it was took effect on January 1 of 2020. The act requires all municipalities in the state to incorporate the sustainable investment policy into their investment policy that is implemented by a governmental unit. Therefore, pretty much we're doing what the state asked us to do. So If approved, the investment policy would bring the state into compliance with the State Act. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
Any questions from the alderman?
Don't.
No questions? May I have a motion for approval on item, pardon me, I have one person to testify. Mr. George Blakemore? On item number 3? Number 3, Mr. Blakemore. Almost made it out.
I see it down here about the Sustainability Investment Act. You know, we're trying to maintain. We have mental problems. You have created a mental problem on the plantation, and we still own it. This is what motivates me to come here. Black life doesn't matter. So, this money that's being spent here, it's our money. We want our reparation. We want payback. We don't want to continuously be a permanent underclass. Some kind of way, you all that enslaved us in America, you owe us. You owe us. That's why you got everything. You know what you got? You got something for nothing. You was a welfare queen. You enslaved a man and worked him for nothing. Enslaved him and worked him and never gave him his reparation. Never. In 1865, black people are not free. Oh, you not free. You're perpetrating a free man in America. You can look at your neighborhood and you can look at their neighborhoods. And you don't feel like you owed anything. The Japanese got theirs. They got theirs. You haven't got nothing but a permanent underclass. And going back to that sanctuary, you need sanctuary. These white folks run this council room. You don't. You just a figurehead here, perpetrating. But I can't hate my black brothers and sisters. You in the big house, and the majority of your people are in the field. But you still own the plantation. Even if they told you you free, you want to go, you want to stay on the plantation because you was hatched on the plantation. Your culture was stolen from you. So again, this is what motivates Mr. Blakemore to come here, to speak out. And I signed up for all of them. And tomorrow, when I come here, who is that? Turn around and tell your mama to he.
And item number 3, motion from approval from Alderman Hairston, moved by all in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Happy New Year to you. Sorry, my hands are frozen. Item number 4 is a communication recommending proposed amendments to the General Obligation Bond Ordinance, Series 2019 A bonds, and trust indenture regarding the expenditure of previously approved bonds. Here to speak on the ordinance and answer questions are CFO Jenny Bennett and Board of Elections Executive Director Lansko. Hi. Happy New Year. How are you doing? Lance coming up too?
Yeah, he is. Oh, it's actually going to be Jim Allen.
Actually, we'll have Jim Allen speaking on behalf of the Board of Elections. If you could state your name and title and give us the background on this, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
My name is Jenny Huang Bennett. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the city. Thank you, Chairman Wagasback, Vice Chairwoman Hairston, and members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to appear before you today. As of December 31st, 2019, the city has $261 million of unspent proceeds, bond proceeds, including $69 million of proceeds earmarked for the Chicago Smart Lighting Program that are not expected to be fully spent until 2022. The Department of Finance proposes to amend the original earmarks in the ordinance and trust indenture to allow the city to spend approximately $18.7 million in bond proceeds now on election equipment for the Board of Election Commissioners with the intention of borrowing for the Smart Lighting Program at a later date. The Corporation Counsel's Office has drafted an ordinance amending the General Obligation Bonds Series 2019A authorizing ordinance. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me better now? Okay. I'll just recap some of those statements. There were $261 million of unspent bond proceeds. $69 million of proceeds were earmarked for the Smart Lighting Program that aren't expected to be fully spent until 2022. The Department of Finance is proposing to amend the original earmarks in the ordinance to end the trust indenture to allow the city to spend approximately $18.7 million in bond proceeds now on election equipment for the Board of Election Commissioners with the intention of borrowing for the Smart Lighting Program, the remainder at a later date. The Corporation Counsel's Office has drafted an ordinance amending the General Obligation Bonds Series 2019A authorizing ordinance adopted by the City Council on March 13, 2019, and trust indenture dated April 1st to allow the city to grant approximately $18.7 million of bond proceeds to the Board of Election Commissioners for the purposes of purchasing election equipment in advance of the March 2020 Illinois Democratic Party presidential primary. The Board of Elections Commissioners administers all elections equipment and general, special, local, municipal, state, and county that are held in the city of Chicago. Their current election equipment, purchased in 2003 to 2005, is at the end of its useful life and needs to be replaced to accommodate the high turnout expected for the March 2020 Illinois Democratic Party presidential primary. The general rule as set forth in the Illinois Election Code is that all expenses incurred by the Board of Elections are paid by the city, with the exception of the cost of printing and distributing ballots, election judges, and the cost of renting polling places, which are covered by Cook County. Also in attendance today from the Board of Election Commissioners are William Cressy, Commissioner and Secretary, Lance Go, Executive Director, Charles Holliday, Assistant Executive Director, Jim Allen, Communications Director, who's sitting next to me and will also have a statement, Peter Pesso, Finance Director, and Alan Lasker, General Counsel. At this point, I'd like to turn the discussion to the Board of Elections to discuss the urgent need for this capital.
Go ahead and state your name, please.
Good morning. James P. Allen, Communications Director with the Chicago Board of Election Commissioners. Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council Committee on Finance, the city and the county last bought new voting balloting systems about 15 years ago in 2005. And that was when, with funding from HAVA, the Help America Vote Act, jurisdictions across Illinois and really across the nation bought systems to replace the old punch card equipment, which we all regrettably remember. The then new system in 2005 of ballot scanners, touch screens, and the transmission devices known as HATs were designed to provide better accessibility and to be sure that we eliminated the vulnerabilities of the punch card chads involving undervotes and overvotes. Over time, that new equipment also grew outdated, less reliable, and extremely difficult to maintain, given that replacement parts are no longer even being manufactured. In fact, a key memory component, something we called the MEMPAC, in the ballot scanner featured the technology of 8-track tapes.
That's pretty scary.
So those vulnerabilities combined with the improved technology, kids are rediscovering vinyl, but nobody's going back to 8-tracks. Those vulnerabilities combined with the improved technology in the voting equipment industry prompted the Board of Election Commissioners to issue a request for proposal for a new balloting system 3 years ago. The board management and commissioners ultimately received 5 responses and carefully evaluated 3 finalists' proposals. The board selected what we believe to be the most secure and robust program available from Dominion Voting Systems. That's a U.S.-owned company that manufactures its equipment here. Dominion will be providing a combination of ImageCast 10 touchscreens and the ImageCast 2 Precinct 2 scanner tabulators. This new generation of equipment will provide several important new enhancements in security, transparency, and accuracy, as well as the critical feature of providing ease and use for our voters and easier setup and operation and teardown for our poll workers. Unlike the old touchscreens, the new ImageCast 10 will generate a paper ballot that the voter then will walk over to the scanner after they review it and then feed it into the ballot scanner. So even in early voting, there will be ballot scanners. It's just that when you get done using the touchscreen, it's going to produce a paper ballot that you then review, verify, and then you walk over and it's fed into the scanner. Like 15 years ago, the city and the suburban Cook County will be deploying the same new equipment at the same time in this upcoming 2020 primary election. As with the past system, the touchscreens will be used throughout early voting, and this is the optimum and most secure way to provide voters at all locations access to every ballot style. We're talking about 800 ballot styles in 6 languages, so no matter which early voting site, they can get the ballot and the language assistance that they may need. Further, this is a way to provide an accessible means of casting a ballot for people of all physical abilities. On Election Day, voters then will largely use paper ballots again, but at least one touchscreen will be available at each site to ensure that the audio ballot and all translations are available in every precinct. In terms of accuracy and transparency, this new equipment will strengthen our tabulation systems for all stakeholders on 4 different fronts. First, the scanning technology will allow, during post-election reviews and audits, the ability to examine the logic that the tabulation equipment used in counting every mark on every single ballot. So you'll be able to go back and look at the ballot and determine whether that was a filled-in oval or not, and be able to review that. Second, the system allows the board to prepare for the introduction of more thorough and precise post-election audits known as risk-limiting audits. We currently have a 5% retabulation where the State Board of Elections orders a review of the ballots from 5% of the equipment. By comparison, a risk-limiting audit will allow us to poll based on mathematically random selections, targeted ballots from all of the equipment, and you can mathematically eliminate the possibility in a very close contest that the outcome might have been different. So this is a far more statistically valid means of confirming the outcome, even in those close contests. Third, the scanning technology will provide the means further down the road for poll watchers and campaigns to review potentially all images of all the ballots if they wanted to, without disturbing any of the paper ballot records. Fourth, this technology allows for better flagging of ballots with write-in votes, stray marks, and undervotes. For example, if a voter is using a paper ballot, sometimes they fail to fill in the oval and instead might circle all the candidates' names or underline all the candidates' names that they select. With this system, it will detect such a largely undervoted ballot, allow for a review of that ballot in a process called adjudication, which can be reviewed by poll workers, poll watchers rather, and campaigns. And you can actually include those voters' counts in the ballot counts, so that you're not disenfranchising any voter who simply mismarked their ballot. Lastly, the board believes it has selected the most secure balloting system available. We want to thank the Mayor's Office for working with the board to find the least costly method to financing this purchase of this vital capital asset, and we thank you for your consideration and welcome any questions.
Thank you. Alderman Osterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rowell, I appreciate the
description. And I think my question, I have a couple, but it's not the why we need to do this. I get why we need to do this. The question is when. You know, we're doing this now, January 13th, and we have a election in 2 months. I don't remember during the budget process talking about this. So I guess the question is, why are we dealing with this now instead of dealing with this 3 months ago, 5 months ago? So, and the other thing is, is the equipment in hand? So if we act on this today and act on this on Wednesday, is there confidence amongst all of us that the Board of Elections is going to be able to put this new equipment, have judges trained before March 17th?
There's a high level of confidence that we're going to be prepared to work with this. The selection by the board in terms of the RFP was actually last August. We've been working with the different city finance, or rather budget departments, going back to the previous administration on working out a way to finance this deal. So we didn't know, for example, if we were going to be financing it through the vendor. The vendor, having worked with the city of Chicago as well as Cook County in the past, was confident that no matter what was going to happen, we were going to figure out a means of financing this. So we have begun taking delivery, we have begun doing acceptance testing, and we have begun actually training judges of election on this. And I will add that the judges of election and the election coordinators who we have begun training have actually literally been applauding this change in equipment because they see how much easier it is going to be to use.
Okay. Again, I don't want to argue the why. I think my preference would have been if we would have dealt with this during the budget. It seemed like it would be a lot more of a straightforward thing. We understand we want to have smooth elections that are can be trusted, and quite frankly, having the election judges be able to administer that, I think, is all the better. But I think doing this during the budget, or at least being more open about it, I think would have been preferred by me at least. The second question is, how will this affect the smart lighting program? There are parts of the north side that have not gotten the new smart lights. Is this going to back that up further with the Department of Electricity with transportation?
Alderman, to your second question, it won't affect the smart lighting program. The smart lighting program that had initially been allocated didn't have an expectation for being spent until 2022 in terms of spending. And a lot of this actually has to do with really the most efficient use of the bond proceeds that the city has already borrowed for. And also, in answer to your first question, the need for this election equipment came to us as it relates to the timeliness and the sensitivity out of the budgeting process. And we're asking for this change now because it is related to a bond ordinance, not so much related to the operating budget itself. But the fact that a bond issue had already been issued, there are proceeds that are really just sitting around right now, not being used. We thought it was a more efficient use of proceeds to spend those monies first. We will come back with another bond issuance later on to help cover for those smart lighting costs, to make sure that those costs are covered as well.
Okay. Lastly, just if you have unused bond funds, I know my colleagues have ideas for infrastructure they'd love to use it on, so I think you could poll them and they could tell you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask the exact question, the last question that Alderman Osterman asked. You said those funds were not going to be spent until 2022, you said?
That's correct.
They were going to be spent on smart lighting in 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And we're just going to go out and rebond. Did you have a timeline on when we were going to do that, since we're going to use these proceeds now?
Sure. So the proceeds that we have now are going to be spent on the election equipment, in large part because of the urgency and the fact that they need to put it in place for the March election. To the extent that we need those bond proceeds, and we're monitoring very closely the spending on that in 2021 or 2022, there is a larger capital plan, which we'll be talking about fairly shortly, that will also encompass some of that additional borrowing. The last time the city was out in the market was in 2019, which funded a couple years worth of capital projects. And so when we go out to market next, and like I said, we're monitoring the cash flows, it'll encompass not just some of the smart lighting costs, but other costs to the city as well.
And what is the total cost that we're spending? I'm sorry, I missed that.
On this, it'll be
On the
18.7 million.
18.7. I know that when you were talking, you said the last time we went out was 15 years ago, correct? And
Correct.
Did we split that at the time with the county?
No, that was part of the reason that there's been hesitation to commit by the city on which way to finance this, whether it's been working out financing and a long-term lease. There are different options, all of which were more expensive than the option that the mayor's office is recommending today. Was that there's been this long anticipated hope or anticipation and hope that the Congress would step up, especially after 2016 and the various threats to different state databases, that there would be basically a HAVA 2, a Help America Vote Act 2.
Mm-hmm.
HAVA financed in large part the purchase 15 years ago of the equipment. And I might add that it was $26 million then. And we're talking about 18.7 million now. This is a more reasonable price for a much more robust and valuable system, and I'll leave it at that.
So you mentioned because of the security breaches that we had a little while ago, you didn't talk much about security. You said this is the most secure system that we can get. What, in terms of, what makes it more secure than what we had previously, other than the age, of course? But what are we doing that in this system that is more secure, or to the level that I think it needs to happen across the country as well as the state and the city?
Well, keep in mind the vulnerabilities that were exposed in 2016 had to do with statewide voter registration databases, not voting systems themselves. That being said, this system is more secure in that it captures an image of the ballot at the time the voter is feeding that ballot into the scanner, so that even if there were some bizarre scenario in which the ballots were later tampered with or damaged or anything like that, you have that baseline image to compare against.
And how is this stored just for that election and then wiped clean and then done again? So how does that work?
The legislation hasn't kept up with this aspect of it, so for right now it will be stored probably along with the paper ballots to the same degree that it's stored with the paper ballots. So I believe I refer to legal counsel, is it 22 months?
Okay.
22 months.
Okay. All right, Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, could you provide your written testimony through the chair if you have it at
Yes.
some point? Thank you. Alderman Dowell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The actual amendment is for 19 million. So you mentioned this was 18.7 million. So is that $300,000 cost for the transaction?
No, I think there's no cost to us for the transaction. I think it was really rounding it to make sure we could cover any potential changes. I don't know if you have any comments on the cost itself.
There can be incidentals such as like security seals that we have to purchase in addition to, but I don't anticipate there's going to be a need at this point for additional funding.
Okay, and then my second question has to do with, is there an MBE, WBE component to this transaction, and what is that?
The voting equipment industry is a very, very extremely small circle of businesses, and there were none of the proposals included significant components of MBE, WBE. We do seek that in many other ways, whether it's through our cartage companies, our polling places, our election judges, our other contracts for supplies, what have you. There is a WBE component in terms of the related election supply equipment. If there's further, I defer to Mr. Goff. So there is a significant one in terms of the election supply equipment. There's a third-party vendor.
So is this a sole source,
Election Works.
sole sourced
This is the result of an RFP.
RFP? Okay. And how is the equipment delivered? Is it delivered by the company that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Dow. Alderman Moore, and then Alderman Thompson.
Thank you, Chairman. Susan, you said $261 million in unspent bond proceeds, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And 69 million earmarked for smart lighting, correct?
Yes.
And so the 19 million is coming out of the 69 million that's earmarked for smart lighting?
Yes. Well, it's just to be clear, we are still asking to keep the appropriation for smart lighting. This is related to the bond issuance and the use of the 19 proceeds for the 18.7. We will then also go and do additional bonding for the other component of smart lighting that's still there by way of an appropriation.
Okay, but just go slow with me. But right now, of the 69 million, we're talking about taking 19 million out of there.
Of the bond proceeds, yes.
Am I correct?
Yes.
Right. So what's going on with the other 192 million of unused money?
I'm sorry?
What's going on? You said it's 261 million of unspent bond proceeds.
Okay.
And then 69 million earmarked for smart lighting, of which we're going to take 19 million out of there for the election. All I'm asking you, what's the other 192 million being used for?
Sure. So what the 19 bond issue had authorized were a series of other projects. Some of it included the Public Safety Training Academy. There was a fire station. There were certain other projects, library projects that were.
Okay, so before this, before council, can you give me a breakdown of that 192, or what's being, that 192 million is earmarked for?
Sure, we
That's
can
gonna
provide that.
That's going to be very
Chair.
helpful to understand.
Absolutely.
Of course, I'm in support of this 19 million going towards the Board of Elections, but I just want to make sure that as we talk about smart lighting, that being critical, and I know we're going to go out to get the remaining in another bond. I don't even know what that's going to cost, because there's a factor to that as well. But I need to understand 192 million, just in case there's something else that's out there that we could have used the 19 million for out of that 192 instead of taking it out of the smart light, because as some of the aldermen have alluded to, you know, as we have to get this smart lighting issue corrected, and anything that's going on to get it moving. I don't want any hiccups with that at all, because we get a lot of calls about the light. So I just need to know what that $192 million breakdown is.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, Alderman. The CFO can provide that through the chair, and we'll get it out to everyone. Alderman Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a follow-up question on that same issue. I mean, typically, when we issue bonds, we have a purpose for issuing them. And to have money sitting around that we're not using, and now we're going to take some of it, can you sort of explain that a little bit more? Because we're paying interest on $261 million if we're not using it.
Mm-hmm.
Why did we and I know that was in April, so you guys didn't come in until after the fact, but that's not very common. When we issue bonds, it's for a purpose.
Right. So the bonds were issued for a purpose. They were issued for specific projects. There are a couple ways you can do bond financings for capital projects. Importantly, by way of a cost to the city, if you issue bonds, have them invested at a much lower rate, then in essence you're paying interest on something that you're not using right away. And so if these monies aren't being used until 2022, then in essence it's similar to if you go out and get a mortgage for a kitchen remodel that you don't do for a number of years. It's just interest that we pay. Since these costs are fairly immediate and urgent, we felt like it was a more efficient use for those bond proceeds towards these projects. Ultimately, we are asking for council for an additional appropriation for the elections equipment because we aren't trying to take away from the smart lighting, and then at which point it really is just about the most efficient financing, timing the financing to when actually the spend of the financing occurs.
I get that, but, I mean, when we authorized this back in April of 2019, the bonds were issued in April of 2019. We authorized this back early in 2019. Again, that was the purpose, and, you know, we make a decision to issue bonds for specific projects, and, you know, we're not spending it. So that's concerning, is that we should, and on this particular case with the equipment, that's fine. They have to replace the equipment. It would have come up at a different bond issuance, and
Right.
it's just a concern.
I don't know why the previous bond issuance had funded projects out to 2022. I also understand that most bond issues actually transferring monies between sublimits within the bond issue, that authority normally exists. Didn't exist on this other bond issue, but you know, it gives the city ability to most effectively use the borrowed proceeds for projects as needed for the city.
And so what are the timing of the balances? My colleague mentioned 192 million, or do we have a status on when that money's going to be used and where those projects are?
We are working through a cash flow forecast on that, and this is part of the broader cash flow forecasting that we're doing internally. The smart lighting program in particular is one where we have, you know, from some fairly specific detailed timing on, but certain others, like for example, the Public Safety Training Academy, some of that I know is still in the developmental stages. We can work on getting that information to you, especially as a part of the broader capital discussion that we'll have.
Yeah, because, you know, if we get distracted here and we start spending money and we're taking these bond proceeds, spending it on something else, and then we don't come back to it, or something else happens, the market changes, and now we go to the market and all of a sudden we can't get the resources that we need to do the work that we've stealing from Peter to pay Paul. I think we got to be real disciplined here in when we're issuing bonds and what we're spending it on, and earmark it for that and lockbox it.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, the financial discipline is important. It's not uncommon, actually, and the city has historically done this by way of its commercial paper program. It's a very similar way of financing before it is you get permanent financing. This is just taking the proceeds that have already been issued on a long-dated purpose, but it's not a dissimilar concept.
Okay. So this is not Lance's retirement fund?
No.
Just kidding.
That I am sure of.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but all kidding aside, I mean, I do think we need to make sure we're disciplined on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman King?
Thank you, Chairman. I just have a question kind of piggybacking off of Alderman Thompson's concern. Section 4, paragraph D, can you explain why that would be excluded or eliminated? It says the city will not transfer or reallocate sales proceeds of the bonds in any manner that deviates from the limitation and allocation of the not to exceed aggregate principal amounts pertaining to each purchase for which the bonds. It sounds like you don't have to come back to the body to either increase or decrease the bond allocation.
So this is the sublimit restriction that I had to refer to previously, where in previous bond issues had not existed. In this most recent bond issue, this was added as a restriction, and we're asking for a change in that respect in order for us to be able to effect this switch of in essence, what is currently personal property, which is where this will fit under, to cover the election equipment from the smart lighting program.
So it would only pertain to this specific transaction, or would it affect future transactions?
I'm going to look to Jim McDonald, but I know we were fairly specific about the Board of Elections equipment and the amount on that.
For the record, I agree with the Board of Election transactions, but I don't want to just give a blank kind of approval for future. I want to be careful, you know, that we always come back to this body for that.
This is Jim McDonald, Deputy Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. McDonald. Thank you.
My name is James McDonald. I'm Deputy Corporation Counsel in the Law Department. To respond to the question that was asked, the elimination of that section that Alderman King referred to, as Chief Financial Officer Bennett noted, is necessary in order to implement what this ordinance is proposing to do, which is to reallocate some of the bond proceeds from one sublimit to another. That section had said there would be no such reallocation at all.
Sure.
Now, to respond to the second question I think that Alderman King was raising, if there were to be a future reallocation or a proposed reallocation among different sublimits, the sublimits are still there and still act as maximum limits on the various uses for the bond proceeds. So if the administration wanted to do something similar in the future and exceed an existing sublimit, it would have to come back to this body, to the City Council, because the ordinance sublimit would still be in effect. The fact that the prohibition is no longer there would not allow the administration to exceed an ordinance requirement, an ordinance maximum limit. I hope that's clear.
I think it's clear that you would have to come back if you made any additional changes. Right?
Stand up so people can see. Any additional changes is broader. If there were changes within sublimits that you did not exceed the sublimits, that would not have to come back because the prohibition has been deleted. But as long as the sublimit, the maximum limit on any specified use of bond proceeds was not exceeded, that would not change. But the sublimits are there as maximum limits, so that if, for instance, they wanted to spend more money on one of the purposes, as long as they're under the sublimit, that is already authorized. It's only when the administration would want to go above the maximum limit that the sublimit prescribes as a limit. That would have to come back to the City Council to be approved because that would be a change to the ordinance.
Also, if I could just add, there's no intention for us to be changing any other sublimits here. You know, if there's something that we need to clarify in that respect, we could certainly take a look at that. I also understand that this was a new addition to this most recent bond issuance. The prohibition on sublimits had not existed in previous bond issuances, but was added to this one specifically. So,
Sure. And do you know the history of that? I mean, there's generally a reason for things like that to be added. You know, my biggest concern is just that we make sure that, you know, after this, that if you did something similar, we would be informed. And I'm not sure, it sounds as if you can't do this transition without taking this out. But I honestly am not a lawyer, and I don't understand the difference between now and then. His explanation seemed to be narrow, meaning if it were specific, but there are some things that you could change. So he didn't say all transactions, he said specific to changing the bond amount, I believe.
1 second. Alderman Thompson, point of information.
Point of information to Mr. McDonald. Why was this provision included in this ordinance if historically it's not? I guess that would be my question, is why do we have it in there then?
It was a policy call by the administration at the time that they asked that the ordinance be drafted with specific sublimits to provide for specific purposes, and that if you impose sublimits, that you also do not allow the administration after the fact to change the sublimits at their discretion. So you both, it was twofold to say we will spend no more than a certain amount of bond proceeds for these various described purposes, purpose by purpose. And we are not going to allow the executive branch, the administration, later to change that allocation that was laid out in the ordinance. So that the prohibition that is now being deleted was part of the plan to prescribe that certain bond proceeds could only be used for this purpose or that purpose. It was a policy call by the administration that, as part of the law department, I'm not the policymaker, we implemented to implement that policy decision.
Alderman King.
Just one last point of clarification. So this paragraph was in there when we passed the original ordinance? True. I think that's true.
correct.
Yeah. So again, I'm not a lawyer, but it seems like you could pass the changes that and keep that paragraph. Is that incorrect?
For this amendment ordinance to amend the original bond ordinance, we would be reallocating among different sublimits some of the bond proceeds. And the paragraph that is being deleted would be saying that cannot be done. So we need to remove that in order to allow this. And again, I hope I'm being clear, if the administration wanted to change the purposes for which the bond proceeds could be spent, there is an enumerated list of purposes. The administration does not have the authority to add to that list of purposes by itself. It would have to come back to City Council. The administration does not have the ability to spend bond proceeds in excess of the described sublimits for each purpose. If it wanted to exceed those in the future, it would have to come back to the City Council, because that would be a change to the ordinance. Just as if the administration wanted to add to the purposes, that would have to be a change to the ordinance, and they would have to come back to City Council.
Alderman Dow, point of information.
I just want to be clear. So let's just take, for example, one of these projects in here, the $30 million to West Pullman for whatever, I think it's for the fire engine. So you're saying that if the administration wanted to allocate $20 million to Pullman and then $10 million to some other fire station, or they don't have to come back here?
The sublimits are maximum limits. So if the administration...
I just want a yes or no to my question. I don't want to, and then you can explain.
The question, you're asking a question that says...
I'm asking you, go ahead.
If the 10 million that the administration proposed that are earmarked for Pullman was to be spent for a purpose that's not in the list, it's not in the ordinance, the administration would have to come back to the City Council.
So just to add to Jim's comments, by way of, I'm also not a lawyer, but by way of what the administration is looking to do here, we're not looking to make any changes to the projects being financed. We can certainly, commit to, if any changes occur, to make sure that this body and this whole City Council is informed as it relates to what occurs. So just want to make that clear in terms of the purpose of this is really just to make sure we're able to finance the Board of Elections equipment.
Alderman King.
I'm still a little confused just by that paragraph, but I will allow you to go on to other questions while I look at that a little further. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple points. First, I want to go with the Board of Elections. I understand that having the best equipment possible for our elections is tantamount to a functional democracy. But one of the things that I know I brought up during budget, and Mr. Goff, I don't know if you want to touch on this, at what point are we going to start changing how we do our election processes so that we can start focusing on the ever-growing market of at-home voting by mail, and where we've seen this in other cities where we do away with having to have all the cumbersome equipment that we're paying for now, and sending the ballots directly to people's homes for the universal drop sites and things of that nature. When will we get to the point where that will be the future of our Board of Elections?
Alderman, that's an excellent question. That's going to involve some work with our colleagues in the legislature to get some election code changes. We've certainly talked at length with different reform organizations as well as elected officials in this body about the potential for expanded vote by mail as one example. And this equipment does allow for expansion of vote by mail significantly. There are high-speed processors in terms of processing the envelopes as well as processing the ballots after the ballots are removed. So this equipment, this generation of equipment envisions changes to possible items like vote centers. This accommodates universal vote centers. Expanded vote by mail. This accommodates expanded vote by mail.
So it would be safe to say that this would help us get to that point without having to revisit this once,
Assuming
God
that
willing, we have a universal home vote by mail
assuming
program.
there's the political will for that, those types of changes, yes.
And if I may ask, what are the legislative hangups in Springfield that prevent us from doing that?
I wouldn't call them legislative hangups. I think the general ecosystem of election laws across the country is that changes occur in baby steps. If you look back at the history of early voting in our state, for example, we moved incrementally. The same thing with grace period voting. It moved incrementally until finally it was the day before Election Day, and then finally Election Day, a registration was offered. So I don't think there's, I wouldn't call them impediments as much as each state is kind of like an election laboratory, and we're all experimenting with different ideas. And right now, one of the hot experiments that's happening is in Colorado, Utah, and California with universal vote centers and expanded vote by mail.
Now, is that because of the fact that we intersect with like the state and federal elections? Is that where the hangups are, or the impediments? Because if that were the case, would we be allowed to use our own municipal elections as a laboratory for moving forward then?
Again, I don't want to call them impediments. It's basically just a learning
Speed
curve.
bumps.
Speed bumps. But you know, it happens in different arenas for different reasons. Right now, you're seeing Pennsylvania, for example, expand vote by mail options. So it's skipping from the West Coast closer to the East Coast. It's a matter of time, recognition. Online registration started out not in blue states but in red states who were looking to save money. It then became a wave across the country. So, like I said, each one of us is a laboratory. We're all looking for the best way to get, higher turnouts at lower costs and more voter satisfaction. And this equipment, the bottom line is, if we do move that in those directions in Illinois, we're set to handle that.
Thank you. My other comments have to deal with the actual ordinance presented. I wasn't a member of this committee when it was passed, so reading this is kind of extraordinary. The $110 million that was originally set aside for aldermanic menu, is that for the 2 years, or was that for each year?
I seem to recall it was for the 1 year. We'll look to Jack Brofman, who can confirm that.
This is Jack Brofman from the Department of Finance. It was for the 2018 and 2019 aldermanic menu, but it was not for the entirety of the 2018 and 2019 aldermanic menu.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? I don't think my colleagues could hear you.
Excuse me. The $110 million that was set aside for aldermanic menu was for both the 2018 and 2019 aldermanic menu program, but it was not for the entirety of the funding of the 2 years worth of the aldermanic menu funding.
So if I may ask then, we've always been under the assumption, most of us, that it takes about $66 million a year in bonding to do 1 year's worth of aldermanic menu. Obviously, 110 divided by 2 is not 66. Or if it was for a singular year, 110 is 44 million, more than 66. So do we have two different bonding sources when it comes to aldermanic menu, or was there items included under this sublet, as it was referred to get additional bonding dollars?
The remainder was financed through the city's commercial paper program, which was spent prior to the issuance of these bonds. The money that was spent on the commercial paper program plus the sublimit that was allocated here would add up to the total 2-year aldermanic menu program for 2018 and 2019.
So does that mean 12 million was part of the commercial paper program with 110 being bonded out?
It would be slightly in excess of that, so that because there are additional costs for, I believe, CDOT to help with the implementation of the aldermanic menu program, we can provide the exact breakdown.
So Chairman, I think if we can get an explanation of both the commercial paper as well as the bonding issue as it relates to our menu, because I think many of us would like to know the exact nature and matrix used to pay for this. But I think it also calls into question what my colleagues Alderman King and Alderman Dowell were just asking about, especially as we look further down where it says there are other issues in these little sublets that cover a whole host of things, particularly now that we're changing the amount being bonded out from 55 to 74 million to cover all those items under Section 5 with regards to fire stations, libraries, parks, schools, senior centers, mental health, municipal facilities, et cetera, et cetera. And it would make me worry because as we're sitting here and increasing that 19 million presumably for the Board of Elections, if there's an emergency, say like, oh, I don't know, a crumbling lakefront where the bike path just fell apart, would we be diverting funds from there because it falls under this category without having to without coming back to the City Council to do that? And as we see more and more of that, I think that this question that my colleagues have raised about Section 4 really needs to be readdressed because we're going to be bouncing back and forth between definitions just to get to whatever the administration at the time's goal is to pay for. And I understand that you said that it's not your intention to deviate and go back and forth, but we're here today because we're deviating. So I think that we need to have some stronger controls moving forward with regards to how we divide and categorize and do not ask questions until absolutely later. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. We'll have them provide that information through the chair. Alderman Irvin, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question did stem from that section, Section 4, and it seems like that's been, I guess, thoroughly analyzed. I guess the question of the commitment, I think that we as a body are looking for is that if there are going to be any deviations or changes from what the original intent of the bond ordinance was, that these matters come back to us just as you have brought this matter back and made the changes. The only other question I have is that because we've made changes on the face in Section 2, would then the change in Section 4 be necessary? And I don't know if that's a question for Jim or for Jeannie, because I think there is some relative disease about making this change and what its true impact will be.
Mr. McDonald, go ahead and respond, please.
James McDonald again with the city's law department. To respond to the alderman's question, and again, perhaps to repeat a little bit what I was trying to say earlier, if the administration wanted to change the purposes or the sublimits that are described in the earlier long paragraph of the ordinance, the administration would have to come back to the City Council to make those changes. The paragraph D that is being deleted in Section 4 in the original ordinance was an extra step, in effect, to say our plan is not to make any changes, to make any reallocations, and we will not be doing that. It wasn't technically necessary because as I'm explaining today, I hope, if the administration wanted to go above the sublimits or add to the purposes, that would be a change to the ordinance. It would be outside the ordinance authority, and the administration would have to come back to this body to get approval. We need to eliminate that paragraph D because it is saying that this change, this proposed change, to change 19 million from one sublimit to another will not be done. Since this amendment is intending to do precisely that, we need to eliminate the prohibition so as not to have two ordinances that are in conflict with each other. So in order to keep the ordinances consistent, the original ordinance and the amendment, part of the amendment has to be to eliminate that prohibition to allow the amendment to take effect. But even if that prohibition was not in the original ordinance, this amendment would still be necessary if the administration had said to the law department, for instance, we want to move 19 million from one sublimit to another. We would be saying to the administration, that is an amendment to the original ordinance and we'll need this amending ordinance to change that.
Thank you. And I guess this is a question for Jeannie. Have we reached the sublimits as proposed under the original ordinance? And I'm assuming one was for 55 million that's now been increased to 74 million. And I'm assuming we haven't hit the 121 for the smart lighting that was pegged to be 140.
Right, so the spending for each of those subcategories, at this point, we don't have any reason to believe that any of those sublimit categories will be less than what was approved in the bond transaction. So I think to your question, it's not like there's additional room under any of the sublimits that we think we're going to be able to shift around.
But we haven't seen, have we seen any spending, have we spent any of this money?
Some of the spending has occurred, not a lot of it. It's about 20 million or so of bond proceeds at this point that have been spent.
Oh, okay. So then, is there can you all provide to us then what the 55 million was to compose originally versus what you now have, which I'm assuming is just the additional $19 million? A lot of this stuff is delineated in here, but there are some broader categories that we don't have, with the exception of the automatic menu. But there are where they're just general, general infrastructure. What does that entail? And then again, we have a sense that the smart lighting is being reduced this time, which how is that going to be funded in the future? But is there any way we can get some information on the general nature of the broader categories? Because again, there's some that talk about the 3rd District Police Station, the Engine Company 115, Legler Library. Those are very specific, but then there are some that aren't specific.
Yes, we can provide that information through the chair.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of information, Alderman Riley. Thank you, Alderman Urban.
Thank you, Chairman. Since a lot of the debate here is centered around the changes proposed for Section 4, which would delete Section 13D of the original bond ordinance, it was suggested by a colleague, rather than deleting subsection D in its entirety, what if you were to retain all of that language and simply add a comma at the end, unless otherwise approved by the City Council? It seems to me that there's some concern among members that by entirely deleting that section, it would in some way free up not just this administration, but some future administration to play around with these numbers. I know that that's not this administration's intent. I'm trying to find a way. I think it seems perhaps we may be a bit caught up in semantics, whether or not this is a way to accomplish the same goal while providing some reassurance to this body that that future situation wouldn't happen, where the lack of the protection of this language could allow for an outcome that this body doesn't want to see. I just throw that out. I'm not a lawyer also. I think we've been saying that over and over again today, but perhaps some of those lawyers in the box could react to that situation.
Alderman Quinn, were you asking about this same question? Okay.
So I guess it's a suggestion, maybe not a question.
Yes, Alderman Cardenas,
If it's
point of information.
or we're debating, but I had questions about the same issue on paragraph D. Is it point of information or is it a debatable item? I want to know.
It's a point of information, I guess, in the form of a suggestion. So I'll hold off on asking questions about that. I'm sure George will ask them for me.
Yes, why don't we go to Alderman Cardenas? He's up.
I don't know, what's the order of business?
Well, on Alderman Riley's point of information, it was just opening up to the question earlier from Alderman King about the potential for changes in the future. I think the CFO has already stated they're not contemplating any further changes and that this is very specific to this one issue. So I don't, why don't we finish with the other questions first? Did you have any further questions on the ordinance itself, or is it
On this
dovetailing on the point of
on
information?
paragraph D, Alderman Riley raises a good question.
No, he's on, he had his hand up. Yeah, I'll get you next.
Yeah, there has to be a follow-up question. I think Alderman Riley and others may raise a good interest in terms of item D. I think we need some more clarification on that. And so I would rather ask it in a question rather than just point of information. That's my
Okay. Hold that for a second. Alderman Hairston.
I just have two questions. Who is responsible for monitoring the different sections, the status of the projects?
We are responsible for monitoring the spending on the bond proceeds and how that money is being spent in accordance with the original bond ordinance.
Okay, so where are we with the renovations to the 3rd District Police Department?
I'm going to look to Jack Brofman to speak to exactly where the spending on that is. At this point, based on what I have here, and he can confirm this, I believe none of it has been expended at this point.
And then I would like to know why.
So the actual spending of it, we monitor the spending of the bond proceeds and how it meets with when we might need to go to market next. The actual spending and construction schedule is not monitored by this office.
Is not what?
It's not monitored by the CFO's office.
Whose office is it monitored by?
It'll depend on the project specifically. and we
Okay,
can-
so the project specifically is the 3rd District Police Station.
I don't have that information for that
So
specific
then
project.
just say that. Don't
Okay,
do
yeah. No,
that to me. Don't do that to me. That's insulting. So what I want you to do is to find out why it has not been started and when they plan on starting it. That station was built in the 70s. If it hasn't had enough attention for the incidents that occurred there, this should have been very, very urgent, but apparently it's not. And I don't know if that's because it's on the south side, but that needs to happen, and that needs to happen today. The other question that I have is on the EDS, Herbert Hardwick, what interest, and Jean Z. Matzader?
So the Hardwick Law Firm is the law firm that was hired to basically make the amendments to the documents for this approval. They are here today, and I'm going to look to Jim again, since this is law, to speak to their minority status.
Hardwick Law Firm is a minority African-American owned law firm. As the Chief Financial Officer noted, since we are amending a bond ordinance for bonds that have been issued, the law department has retained bond counsel to ensure that the amendments do not adversely affect the tax exempt status of the bonds that have been issued.
Okay, so I'm still just trying to get an answer to question number 2. The person or legal entity having a direct or indirect, the beneficial interest, the interests are not listed. Who is Jean Matazar? Are they partners? Are they 50-50?
As noted on page 3 of the economic disclosure statement.
And where is that? Page 3?
Do you have the economic disclosure
Okay,
statement?
I'm looking at it. There's nothing in mine.
Okay, we can supply a full copy to you.
The copy that I have has nothing. It has Herbert Hardwick and it has Jean Matazar, 20 South Clark. That is the extent of what is in my document.
How do you know it was redacted?
I just, I just need the percentage of interest.
Page 3 on the copy I have. Did you get a full copy?
Why don't we make a copy for all of them?
Percent interest, empty. I don't know why they did that either.
Copy I have is full. Make a copy of that, just that one page.
Unfortunately, the Alderman seems to have a copy that does not show the information on the final version of the economic disclosure statement that was submitted as part of the ordinance package.
Mr. McDonald, I have a copy of that.
Okay.
I'm going to make copies right now and give it out to everybody.
I just want to know what the
The
percentage
version I had
is.
originally was redacted, so.
87,
Oh, wait, let me read it out here. It says, note, each legal entity listed below may be required to submit an EDS on its own behalf. Herbert E. Hardwick, 87.5%. Jean Z. Metzeder, 12.5%.
that's all I needed. Thank you.
Alderman Hairston. So the version I had was from the clerk's office, and it's redacted.
Okay,
I apologize
I
for
just
that.
wanted to know what percentage.
Okay. Any other further questions on that? All right. Alderman Burnett, and then Alderman Quinn.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think most of what I wanted to ask was asked. So I see that we do have to have a bond counsel on this, but we don't have to have any underwriters, huh?
No, sir.
So there won't be any new investment bankers or anything involved.
Right. The bonds have already been sold, so
They already been sold, so the only thing that's changing is that we need legal counsel to
to change the documentation, yes,
how the money's getting spent.
yes.
All right, so I do want to chime in and commend you all for having the lead counsel as an African-American bond counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Alderman Quinn?
Chair, Jim, you had mentioned in your testimony about some benefits of the new equipment. Do you have a handout on that?
I can give you the remarks as well as other materials from the RFP, as well as other, we can provide you with the Judge of Election Handbook, which demonstrates how the equipment is used.
Okay.
We're also going to be coming out with videos that are useful for both judges of election and for
Yeah, that was going to be my
voters.
next question is, on the heels of a presidential primary, what sort of public awareness campaign is going to be put forth, recognizing that I think we had record turnouts at early voting sites in 2016. So you kind of help us understand what you guys are going to do to educate the voters in advance of what's going to take place in March 2nd is when early voting starts in the neighborhoods. So
Correct. There is no easy election to roll out new equipment. This is certainly, though, a lot better to do this in this primary than it is in the presidential election, that's when you have the supercharged turnouts. We're anticipating strong turnouts. We don't know whether that'll be 47 or 57%. That would be on the high end. But, in a presidential and a November election, you're talking about 72, 74%.
And then, Jim, to the question about public awareness, so I can remember 16 years ago, Bob Sawicki was in the 13th Ward talking about new election equipment. What are you guys going to do?
The voter won't see a significant difference because when they're using the touchscreen in early voting, the only difference will be that it'll be generating a paper ballot and they'll be walking that over to a scanner, very similar to the process that they used when they use a paper ballot on Election Day. So it's not as though we're going from punch cards to touchscreens. We're going from touchscreens to touchscreens. We're going to a
Same
newer
with
generation.
the card, and you can't evict the card from the machine, and same process?
Yes, you're still checking in at the electronic poll book station. The poll workers are going to be activating a card with your ballot style. You're going to insert that card into the touchscreen. It's going to pull up your ballot, let you select between the different languages, and then you're going to make your selections. So it's going to be very similar. You're going to then review it, but instead of the tape rolling up on the side of the touch screen with your selections and then rolling up so that the next voter can't see your selections, it's actually just going to produce a ballot then that is going to have your selections, and then you're going to check those and then walk those over to the ballot scanner.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Quinn. Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Chairman. Since I made a suggestion during my point of information, I'd now like to turn that into the form of a question. Could I have my question answered, please?
Yes, you may.
So, the suggestion was that perhaps we could address some of my colleagues' concerns about removing Section 13D of the original bond ordinance by simply retaining it and adding a comma after Section 2 hereof, unless otherwise approved by City Council. By inserting those words rather than deleting this subsection, is there any difference between the two as far as what this change would accomplish or not?
I think
Turn it over to
Mr.
Jim.
McDonald could probably best answer that question.
If that change were made, it would eliminate the conflict between the current version of the prohibition and the amending ordinance.
So if we make that change, we're all good. The administration is able to accomplish the goals they're seeking to accomplish, and the City Council retains the protections it believes it needs, more or less. Is that correct?
It would accomplish the goal that you're seeking.
Thank you. Is that something the administration's willing to consider if the net effect is that there is no
Sure. I
impact?
think if it's a clarifying comment and Jim is good from city law, let's make that change. And
So
it
could-
clarifies the intent of what we are looking to do.
Great. Would the chairman entertain a motion to amend this on its face to include those words in the ordinance?
Yeah, I think Alderman Riley, that's a good point. I think what we'll do is hold this item, we'll do the next item, make the necessary changes, and we can come back.
Fair enough.
forward on it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think we're all looking to get the same thing done here, but
Yeah, that way we don't rush it through right here in this last couple minutes.
Fair enough.
So what we'll do is hold this one momentarily. We will have Mr. McDonald work on that specific language, if you want to help.
then
on
I'll
that.
withdraw my motion, Chairman, to amend it on its face.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Motion withdrawn. So we will hold this item and item number 4 until we can finish that specific language, and we will bring it back before the end of the meeting. Thank you, Alderman Riley. Are there any other aldermen that wish to speak on this particular item? Alderman Cardenas.
I do want to congratulate Alderman Riley. I think he handled that pretty awesome. That was really what should have happened from the beginning. This D should be amended, and it should be have some language protecting this process of having the council coming back and verifying that this is in fact what's supposed to happen. The bonds have been issued. This is something big. You can't just use the bonds for anything, I know, but It's not a trust factor, it's just the fact that it has to be in language. So congrats to my old, I know I made him upset, but I didn't mean that. I hope he understands that. I'm just, you know, a stickler for process. I hope you understand that.
Thank you. Point of information, Alderman Dow.
Point of clarification.
Clarification.
We appreciate and acknowledge the amendment language that Alderman Riley came up with, but we're going to give the Alderman King the respect of bringing this issue to the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman King via Alderman Dow. We'll have a substitute at the end of the meeting. Alderman King, would you... We'll have Alderman King and Alderman Riley take a look at it before we move on it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Just a quick, I know that the council, we're not reissuing the bonds. If I may, just a small comment for Hardwick and Law, you know, add a Latino in there, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will hold that item, and we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda with the Department of Planning and Development.
Department of Housing, sorry.
Department of Housing, pardon me. With the Department of Housing. Okay, just try to go back and make sure we get that nailed. We're on item number 5? Yes. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, item number 5 is a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into a redevelopment tax-exempt bond agreement with Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation, Rockwell Community Development, Inc., and associated entities for the construction of affordable rental housing at 2602 North Emmett Street. Here to speak on the ordinance and answer questions is Anna Booth from the Department of Housing. If you could introduce yourself with your title.
Thank you, Chairman Wagasback and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Anna Booth, Financial Planning Analyst from the Department of Housing. Before you today is a bond inducement ordinance for the benefit of the Emmett Street transaction. This ordinance establishes the city's intent to issue bonds up to $22.5 million for the benefit of Emmett Street. The proposed Emmett Street transaction will be located in the 35th Ward in the Logan Square neighborhood. It will be a transit-oriented development located on the northwest corner of North Emmett Street and North Kedzie Avenue, adjacent to the Logan Square Blue Line L station. Emmett will consist of the new construction of a 7-story elevator building that will house 100 affordable rental units, community space for the residents, commercial space on the ground floor that will front Kedzie, a bike room that will house 93 bike spaces, and 20 off-street parking spots for the residents. The apartments will range from 1 up to 3 bedroom units, with the breakdown consisting of 33 one-bedrooms at 650 square feet, 49 two-bedrooms at 950 square feet, and 18 three-bedroom units at 1,320 square feet. All of the apartments will be offered to individuals and households at the 60% area median income levels, with a portion of the units being rented to the Chicago Housing Authority public housing tenants. The total development costs are approximately $40.4 million, and in addition to the tax-exempt bonds and 4% low-income housing tax credits, which are automatically generated due to the use of the bonds, the city will also provide $10.1 million in TIF funds, $2 million in multifamily loan funds, and convey the city-owned lot to the developer for $1. Other funding sources will consist of a first mortgage of approximately $3 million, Chicago Housing Authority funds of approximately $13 million, equity from donation tax credits of approximately $1.8 million, and a deferred developer fee of approximately $500,000. The developer for this transaction is Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation, which is a 501c3 not-for-profit corporation that was founded in 1967.
Thank you, Ms. Booth. Are there any questions on this item? Alderman Tunney.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to
commend Alderman Ramirez Rosa on the project. I spent a lot of time on the Plan Commission and the zoning on this particular issue. It is, you know, again, I'm looking at the numbers. It looks like total project cost 44?
40.4 million.
40.4, I was off that one, okay. So I see on the residential component that 60% of AMI. How big is the commercial space?
The commercial space is approximately 4,100 square feet.
Is there going to be any kind of break on the commercial?
No.
And why not? Because it is a very, as the alderman would say, it's a very gentrifying neighborhood, and part of the problem is businesses can't afford to be where the rents are rising as fast commercially as residential.
No? Joy, you want to?
Yes, you can use that mic. Just state your name and title.
Yes, Wacolda Reyes, and I am the Vice President of Real Estate Development for Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation. Actually, the plan, Alderman, for the commercial space, which is 4,100 at Anna stated, we've been in dialogue with Alderman Carlos Rosa, and we have 3 small spaces with the total of the 4,100, because the idea is to be able to lease those spaces to local businesses. And at this point, we have not considered the revenue coming from the rental from the commercial as part of the numbers of the overall project. So we will be able to work out with the local businesses to see what makes sense financially for them.
So, thank you. However, I very much, we've seen time and again that businesses cannot afford the market rents in so-called up-and-coming area. And I know the alderman wants to keep his local businesses here, but it's bad. It's hard enough to move, never mind. You know, I just think with all this money that's going into it, that we should look at commercial as well as residential to try to help rents for everybody. That's my comment on it.
Sure. If I can just add, Joy Arruguete, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation. And absolutely, our intention is not to make money off of this site or to put retail that is that has the goal of earning money for the site. Contrary, it's to put small business there. We have all other commercial spaces located in other properties, and all of them, without exception, offer below market rent and are targeting local businesses or local service providers. And we would do the exact same thing for the Emmett Street project. So while we haven't articulated a specific plan for below market rents, based on our current practices, it will be the outcome of the way that the space is occupied.
Thank you. Alderman Irvin.
Oh, Alderman Cardin is left. I was going to ask him if the brothers get a cut of this. All year? Since you went to adding and subtracting, I want to know, do we get a cut of this? Okay. My question was, I mean, you into counting nickels, so I'm asking you, do we get a cut of this?
Alderman Irvin, I don't think this is the alderman's project.
No, but I mean, if we want to start playing games about who gets what, then that should be open to everybody. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if we want to have those type of conversations, let's have them.
Yeah, Alderman.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So let's be clear about that.
Okay, Alderman Rosa has the floor. He was trying to respond to the initial question with Alderman Tunney.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Tunney, for your support in zoning and on the Plan Commission of this project. So in conversations with Bickerdike, as Joy just shared, because the project is not dependent upon revenue being generated from the retail spaces, Bickerdike plans to offer it at below market rent, and we know that the market rent along Milwaukee Avenue in Logan Square is quickly climbing and quickly becoming more and more unaffordable for small startups and small businesses. So their plan is to provide those three spaces alongside Kedzie Avenue, because this project will abut Kedzie Avenue, which is a commercial street, at a below market price. And they are continuing to work with Logan Square Neighborhood Association, Logan Square Preservation, and others to identify future tenants. So, the hope is that perhaps there could be some nonprofits there that could rent space, or maybe serve as somewhat of a small business incubator, to your point, for folks that otherwise would not be able to find a storefront along Milwaukee Avenue. So thank you so much. I think that is an important, and I think it's a really great, exciting asset of this project.
Thank you, Alderman. Any other questions from the floor? Alderman Cardenas.
Thank you, Chairman. I think that Alderman Irwin brings some good points about equity. I'm more than willing, I have always been, to be able to share the pie in this city, as we are the majority minorities in this city. And any project has to have that type of equity where both groups are taking part in obviously representing their communities. I stand by that, and I think I'm more than willing to have that discussion, debate. In projects that are Hispanic, they ought to be African American contractors, they ought to be African American businesses, and we need to help and empower those groups as well, because if they do well, we do well. So I'm always in that conversation and more than willing to talk about it. And I was chairman of the Latino Caucus. I met with the African American Caucus many a times. You were there, Mr. Chairman, to how to improve our lot on both ends, not just on one end, on both ends. So I just want to be clear about that. If I was chairman of the Latino Caucus, believe me, I would be sitting with you probably on a daily basis talking about how we can improve our lots together. Thank you.
Okay. We have several people that were going to speak to this issue. Did you both want to speak further to it while you're up? Okay. First, we'll have Vanessa Mendez. Is Ms. Mendez still here? No, we'll hold her until the end there. Reverend Bruce Ray. I know I saw you there somewhere in the back.
Good afternoon.
Just state your name and title before you start there.
My name is Reverend Bruce Ray. I am pastor of Kimball Avenue United Church of Christ and a representative of the Logan Square Ecumenical Alliance. I appreciate that thus far the city commissions and the city council committees have been approving this project, and I hope that we can also approve it here. As you know, over the last 5 years, the city has been able to approve the use of public funds to eliminate public housing at Lathrop Homes and build unaffordable housing in our community. And in the process, many low and moderate income families have been displaced from our communities. That has affected my church and a number of other churches that are represented in the Logan Square Ecumenical Alliance, as we have watched our families move further and further away from Logan Square. One family in my congregation has had to move twice in the last 2 years simply because their buildings were sold and the rent was increased exponentially. And in their search for affordable housing, they had to move out of Logan Square, and that challenges them because their lives are rooted in that community. They both grew up in the community, and they wish to raise their son in Logan Square. I would plead with you that we need to approve the use of public funds for this particular project to ensure that families can remain in our community. And I think that this discussion of equity is important, and this project includes 50 units of housing that is generated for the Chicago Housing Authority. And that is so important because we need to make sure that those who are displaced from Lathrop homes will be able to live in the community still, and many of those residents are people of color, African Americans, and Latinos. We need to make sure that they can stay in our community because there are fewer and fewer opportunities for them, people of color and people of economic that have economic challenges, to be able to stay in the community that they love. Thank you.
Thank you. Gladys Rivera. Gladys, are you still there?
Hello, everyone. My name is Gladys Rivera, and I am a community resident. I'm here today in support of the Emmett Street project, 100% of affordable housing. Without affordable housing in Logan Square, my families won't get the same opportunity I got to raise kids in the same community their parents were raised in, a known and loved community. As well as all known, things can be changed in a blink of an eye. And sometimes many families aren't prepared for that. You can have a job one day and the next not. You can lose a loved one. You can lose your home. Things happen every day, and sometimes we don't have control over it. I am one of those families that had it all, and after suffering hardship, I lost. I found myself trying to put the pieces back together. I was in need of housing for my family. I couldn't afford the rents. I was being priced out of apartments and forced to live in places that were not suitable for a family. My family deserves stability and a safe place to call home. I stand before you today as a resident who lives in an affordable housing unit. My home is called Zapata Apartments. Community members, let's make Emmett reality. Let's bring Emmett home. I am just one of that benefit from affordable housing. There are other families that would benefit from this affordable development. Everyone deserves quality, affordable housing. Community members, let's make Emmett a reality. Let's bring Emmett home. Thank you.
Thank you. Alicia Paredes. Is that what that says? Paredes, yeah. Can't read that. How about Lupita Aguiar from SEIU? Oh, there you are.
Hello, my name is Lupita Aguila. I'm representing SEIU Local 1. SEIU has 50,000 members here in Chicago and in the Midwest. We're here today supporting Bickerdike Redevelopment Corporation as well as the Emmett Street project. This development comes at a time when Chicago is in dire need of affordable housing, and Bickerdike has stepped up to provide a solution that's going to affect at least 100 families. This development is not only going to provide quality, affordable housing, it will also provide good union jobs. The Emmett Street project needs to be something that is applauded, approved, and we hope to see replicated throughout the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Glenda Mania. Glenda. Marta Alvarez. Gabriela Barras. Madeline S., it just says.
Madeline Schroeder.
Schroeder, okay.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Like I said, my name is Madeline Schroeder, and I am a community resident. I stand here today in support of Emmett Street project, 100% of affordable housing. I was a former victim of homelessness. I was living in different hotels room for 8 months. In 2017, Hurricane Maria took everything from me. Imagine leaving everything you have worked so hard for behind, not knowing what tomorrow holds for you. Just like so many families didn't know where to turn, I found myself doing the same. FEMA set up several resource fairs for families to attend and to speak to local agencies for assistance. Bickerdike was one of those agencies. They were there to help immediately. Without organizations like Bickerdike, many families would still be in crisis. I was given the opportunity to move into a Bickerdike apartment. This place is called Zapata Apartment. It's more than a year since I received my apartment, and I am so thankful to Bickerdike for giving me a place to call home. I am here today to make sure that other families get the same opportunity that I did. Let's bring Emmett home, and I want to say thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. George Blakemore.
You're a Puerto Rican. Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. My battle is not against you.
Carlos.
Pardon me. My battle is not against
What did
you.
you say?
This saga, when Commissioner Alderman Irvin said, do we get a cut of this? We have no friends. We have no allies. We have no allies. This is for them. And they not even supposed to move in public housing unless they are legal citizens. Unless they are legal citizens. And when Mr. Irvin, I criticize all my black aldermen, I love them. He said, do we get a cut of this? They are gentrified and you out. So now you're going to use public housing, low foreign income, like the Bo Weaver looking for a home. Looking for a home. That's what you're looking for. And then after they gentrify you out of that neighborhood, then you know where you're coming. You're coming to the black ghetto and going to try to move us out. And you're already doing it in Inglewood, Lundale. You're already doing it. So I know exactly what's going on here. Low tax income. That's me where other people, these white folks, they don't want poor people to live there, so they pay money to put you live somewhere else. That's what's happened up to the Tribune Tower. You supposed to be black, supposed to live in Tribune Tower. They say, we don't want them there. We're going to put them over here. So I see clearly now, and you other black people see clearly too. Y'all treat me nice. How you doing, Mr. Blakemore? Because I can say what you scared not to say. You see what I see. They are gentrifying them out of Pilsen and all these other neighborhoods. And they're going to use landmark, whatever, the Bo Weavers to stay. You don't belong in public housing. You have to be a U.S. citizen. So again, you all play games. Y'all rubber stamp this nonsense. I don't have to rubber stamp. I don't owe you nothing. You owe us. So when you say an ally, nobody allies with the black man. The black man stands alone. So advocate for our reparations. Advocate for that if you want to be an ally. Get up and talk against sanctuary if you want to be our ally.
Alderman Burnett. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I just want to stand in support of this this project and the support for it. Bickerdike is a great organization. Matter of fact, Bickerdike has 4 developments in my ward. One in particular, they started out actually in the area of my ward in Westtown. And quite honestly, their developments are right next to $2 million homes, right, in this neighborhood. The lots in this neighborhood go for $1 million. And they have residents there, they live in harmony, they manage their property well, they do good. And the funny thing is, they were there first, right? And it did not have an adverse effect on people's property values. It did not have an effect on people's quality of life. The property values and the quality of life in this community has been enhanced threefold and continue to be enhanced. Bigodite is an organization, yes, it has Puerto Ricans in it. Well, you know, Puerto Ricans and African Americans, we all grew up with each other, you know, we live with each other. And in particular, in Bigodite, their development not only have African Americans, Puerto Ricans, white, everyone, Asian, they, you know, people who need affordable housing come in all colors of the rainbow. And this organization represents those in need. They don't look at race. They don't look at ethnicity. They just look at incomes, right? They rent out for incomes, and legally they can't do anything else but that. And their developments are very diverse. When they put out a request for people, when they put out the openings for their developments, they have lines, blocks long, of people of all nationalities standing in lines for hours trying to get an apartment. This is a great organization. They do great developments. Matter of fact, in the West Humboldt Park area in my ward, when they did their developments, people were accusing me of allowing them to build condos in the neighborhood and move the people out. They didn't know it was an affordable housing development that Bigodite was building in the neighborhood. So I commend my colleague for working with them. I commend him for, and I commend all of you aldermen that's around that development for working with the Latrobe Homes people to make sure that they have replacement housing, although from what I understand, that they fulfilled all of their replacement requirements. But I commend you all for working on that and still allowing them to have affordable places for people to live in that community. It's a very vibrant community, probably goes for a lot of money, but we need to make sure we keep a balance in our city and make sure everyone have a place to stay and we all can live in all neighborhoods in the city of Chicago. So I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Cardenas.
Thank you. I think Alderman Burnett, you know, took everything that I was going to say and so eloquently said it. He's been in the ground. He's an alderman that represents a very diverse community and throughout the 27th Ward. So I take stock in what he says because that's the reality of it. I think there's a lot of misconception of what the affordable housing components are. If you are in line to you know, if it's part of the CHA program, you get first dibs. If you were in line, if you were in housing and you got relocated, or as far as I know, you're first in line. So this whole notion about, you know, document and all that stuff, that doesn't make any sense. Those folks are not even part of that equation. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Just one comment before we close with Alderman Ramirez-Rosa. This is a legal statement of intent, and we will see this back in March for the actual issuance of the document. Alderman Ramirez-Rosa.
Thank you so much, Chairman Wagasback. We know the ugly past and history of segregation in the city of Chicago. It's our city's past, it's our city's present, but it doesn't have to be our city's future. And with the support of this committee today, if this measure advances, and I certainly hope that it advances, we will be taking a significant step towards ensuring that the city is using its resources and putting forward policies and developments that help address segregation in the city of Chicago. If this passes today, we will be one step closer to the day when someone who's been on the CHA wait list for years, gets a phone call and is asked, do you want to live just steps from the Logan Square Blue Line stop, a block away from a grocery store, just a 30-minute train ride to good jobs downtown or to good jobs at O'Hare Airport? Would you like to lease that apartment? And they're going to say yes. And if you vote yes for this today, we're just one step closer to the day when parents at Avondale Logandale School, at Monroe Elementary, at the neighborhood schools in the community are going to be given an opportunity to fill out an application for one of the 50 units that Bickerdike will be leasing that will not be a CHA unit. So there's 50 CHA units and there's 50 affordable units that Bickerdike will be leasing via a lottery system. And as a result of that, parents in the community that are currently finding it extremely difficult to pay their rent as they continue to see rising rents will be given an affordable option that they know they will be able to continue leasing. And as a result of that, I know that we are getting closer to the day when a little black child and a little Latino child will be playing in the hallway and will be playing in the common areas of this building. And that is beautiful. The census tract that this development will be built in is increasingly becoming one of the richest census tracts in the nation. I think the 2015 or 2016 estimates at that point in time put it at over $80,000 for the median income. Think about that. That is an area where people are increasingly have a lot of money. And so this is one of the only ways that we can ensure that we are taking steps to ensure that Chicago's future is not segregated, that we have integrated communities both racially and economically, and that we are creating a community that is healthier and happier for everyone. So this is only possible when the city of Chicago puts its resources, puts its muscle, puts its political will behind it. So I most definitely want to thank Mayor Lori Lightfoot. While she was a candidate for mayor, she came out in March with the Logan Square Neighborhood Association to say that she supported this development moving forward. I want to thank Bickerdike for all the work that they did year after year after year, all the design changes, all the meetings, all the community groups that they worked with. I want to thank the community, Logan Square, which came out overwhelmingly for this project. And I hope to be able to thank all of you for helping to make this project a reality. So your favorable consideration is requested on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. I have a motion for approval from Alderman Tunney. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion carries. We're going to go back to item number 4 on the agenda. Going back to item number 4, we handed this out. Okay, does everybody have a copy of the change to item number 4? Should have it in front of you. Alderman Tunney has a motion to accept the substitute. All those in favor of accepting the substitute, say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. Any questions on the substitute? Alderman King moves to pass. Oh wait, Alderman King has a...
Chairman, I just want to thank you and the administration for listening and introducing the substitute. I think everybody
Thank you,
is
Alderman
happy
King.
going forward. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thanks for reporting it out in the first place. So Alderman Hairston makes a motion to pass. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it and the motion passes. Thank you again, Alderman King. All right, ladies and gentlemen, item number 6 is a communication recommending a proposed amendment of an intergovernmental tax increment financing ordinance for Revere Park Fieldhouse.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, hold on one second. Before we put through that item there, Mr. George Blakemore wanted to speak on item number 4. Mr. Blakemore, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I know that wasn't deliberately. Well, what?
Item number 4, Mr. Blakemore. That's the...
Thank you. I know about the bond issue.
That's the bond issuance.
Number 4,
Yes.
the bond issue, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Voodoo economics. Transferring money, voodoo economics.
Okay.
So that $18.7 million. You all play games. The state. My objection with this item, last time, some people signed those signatures and then came back again a month or two later and with an affidavit. When I went to the Board of Election meeting, they said it's a state issue. You all play games here. You played it with that marijuana. Those old black senators and representatives down there. Now they're coming up playing it again when I told them that they had no right, when someone signed that sheet, come back a month or two later and get an affidavit, say I made a mistake. And they told me that's the state. Cullerton, Mannequin, all of these state legislators, a lot of them come from the city of Chicago. And they play games. You played a good game with that marijuana. Now you're playing a game here with these affidavits. Again, the reason you can get away with this because you have no citizen participation. There's Michelle Smith over here talking while I'm talking, and Walter Burnett. You know what you're doing? You're showing disrespect. Showing disrespect for a public concerned citizen. Most times they turn their back, this white, they go over here. They're telling me, shut up, George Blakemore. We don't want to hear you. You're not nobody. Like little dictators. Now tomorrow when I come, I looked on Tuesday. They got 10 o'clock, 3 or 4 meetings at the same time. The reason you can get away with it, you got no citizen participation. Not any. You got a whole month. So again, when you do that beeping, you know I told you who to beep to.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Mr. Blakemore. Item number 6 is a proposed amendment of the IGA for TIF ordinance for Revere Park Fieldhouse and Revere Park Boys and Girls Clubhouse at 2509 West Irving Park. We'll have Nelson Chung from Department of Planning and Development and Beth O'Reilly from the Park District here to speak on this issue. Just want to point out Alderman Martin is not available right here, but he did send a letter of support, and Joshua Mark from his office is also here to answer any questions if there are any. But Beth, Joshua Mark is the Director of Development and Infrastructure, or Chief of Staff?
Nope.
Something. Director of Development and Infrastructure.
He's over there.
So, no, I'll get to that later. Hi. Yeah, why don't you introduce yourselves and then give us an overview of the project.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nelson Chung, Department of Planning and Development. The proposed ordinance authorizes the Department of Planning and Development to amend an intergovernmental agreement to provide an additional $1.5 million from the Western Avenue South TIF to the Chicago Park District for improvements to Revere Park. Revere Park is a Chicago Park District park located at 2509 West Irving Park Road within the North Center community area. There are 2 buildings located in the park, a field house and a clubhouse. Both buildings are owned by the Park District, and the Park District has a license agreement with the Boys and Girls Club to provide programming at the clubhouse. Earlier in 2019, the city entered into an intergovernmental agreement with the Park District to provide $6 million from the TIF to renovate the interior and exterior of both buildings, improve ADA access, and replace the roof. During the design phase of the renovation of buildings, there presented an opportunity to add air conditioning to the roofing structure of both buildings, which practically would be most cost-effectively done at the same time. The cost of including additional AC, HVAC improvements will be an additional $1.5 million. Improvements to Revere Park benefit a large number of people. From 2017 to 2019, the Fieldhouse and Clubhouse provided more than 300 programs, serving more than 2,900 participants. Popular programs at Revere include youth sports, softball, baseball, in addition to its preschool and toddler programming. Upon approval, the Park District intends to start renovations to Revere Park this spring. Again, the project is located in the 47th Ward and has the support of Alderman Martin. Department of Plan and Development supports this ordinance to provide an additional $1.5 million from TIF to the Park District. Again, the Park District, Beth O'Reilly from Park District is here to provide any, to answer the questions if necessary, and then also the representative from the Alderman's office is here as well.
Alderman Sadlowski Garza.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. Is this money that was like over what was originally allocated?
The question was the money was over, it is over, it is in addition. So essentially what happened was last year, the city entered an agreement with $6 million and this budget scope increased to $7.5 million.
I just want you to sit, what was, I don't know, the gentleman that's sitting in the box, what is his title again?
It's Joshua Mark, Alderman Martin's Director of Development and Infrastructure.
Director of what?
Development and Infrastructure.
I want one of those.
You can name it whatever you like.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know if it was over.
Oh, okay.
That's it.
I thought you maybe had a specific question to it.
No, I just needed
Alderman
to-
Thompson and then Alderman Tunney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, a couple questions. Is the Western Avenue South TIF 100% in the 47th Ward?
No. Actually, I can answer part of that. 3% is in the 32nd Ward.
So 97% in the 47th Ward, 3%?
Correct.
Okay. And Chairman, are you okay with it?
I'm in support of this.
Okay. What's the balance of the TIF?
The question was on the balance of the TIF. I would have to get back to you, provide the exact dollar amount, but I do know when I talked with our TIF unit last week is that there is this is a TIF district that has that is not that has surplus funds in it.
There are surplus funds in it?
Correct.
And then if you could also get through the chair, how much was surplus with this last budget? Because all my TIF districts, we were taking money out for the budget. I wonder why this
Alderman,
one
I'll get
didn't.
that. I had the document from budget, but I did not bring it today.
Right, yeah, I could do that. Okay, and then just to clarify, Nelson, it's not that it was an overrun, it was a change of scope? Is that what you're saying on this? So they increased the scope of work?
Michael Lang is here. He's our construction expert, but from what I understand, and Michael can jump in, we always wanted to air condition both buildings, but when we looked at one of the buildings, the roof structure will not support the air conditioning. So it's not strong enough, so this is really shoring up that roof so that we can put the air conditioning in that was scoped.
Additional scope?
I mean, we wanted air. We had forecasted air. When the designers went in to fit the air in the building, they looked at the building and said, we can't put the air in with the building in its current structural condition.
So you have to change the scope to
support the air units
support
up on the roof.
Okay.
It was built in probably the early 60s. The second building.
It's, for my parks, that's new,
Yeah.
so,
The majority of the budget from the $6 million is going to the older facility.
okay. All right, no further questions.
Alderman Tunney? Was that? Go ahead, Alderman Tunney.
Yeah, I think, Nelson, I got the impression that originally air conditioning was not in the spec, and now it's in the spec, but now I'm hearing it's structural and that air conditioning was always in it.
Right, right. Yeah, Michael's saying yes,
Correct.
too. Yeah, we wanted to air condition both of the
I
facilities.
get it. I just didn't think
right.
that if you were
No,
going to spend this kind of money, air conditioning would have been in the original.
Oh, well, right. No, it was in the
And
original.
It is. It's
Right.
just the structural part. Thank you. That's it.
Alderman Dowell? Thank you, Alderman Tunney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was this work done by the Park District or by PBC?
It's not been done yet. We're in design, and that's where we are now. We're ready to complete our design documents to get to construction. So We need an approval on the funding so we can complete the design documents. It's not been started, but we intend to get out in 2020, and it will be done by the Park District.
By the Park District. Very good.
Thank you. Any other questions? Alderman Harrison?
I think it's wonderful that the facility is getting the much-needed update. So I'm interested in the Park District plans for air conditioning all of their facilities in the city.
Well, just as an overview on the Park District Capital Program, we issue about a $30 million bond every year for capital, and that includes roofs, HVACs, gym floors, masonry windows, everything. So we do not have a dedicated program for air conditioning.
Okay, so what I am requesting, and I'm sure a lot of my colleagues would agree, in a city where there is inequity for those that do not have TIFs, those do not have surpluses, means that we don't get some of the amenities that those wealthy areas do. And so it should be the Park District's responsibility to make sure that all facilities are in a good condition, so that it's not just kids in some neighborhoods that get no air conditioning, but only the ones in wealthy TIF districts that get the air conditioning. So I would like to see a plan or hear about a plan, you know, and it's great, the windows, but we know that there is a disparity in the way that the Park District treats facilities. And so I would just like to see there be a plan, an overall plan for making sure that there is air conditioning in all of the park facilities, even those that were built before the 60s.
Okay.
And I think I should take that to the board as well. You know, I think this is a great project, but for those of us that represent neighborhoods that don't have wealthy surplus TIF districts, you know, our
It is a
kids-
challenge with our $30 million.
Well, you all can increase that. I mean, the taxpayers, you know, we pay a portion of our taxes go to the Park District. So you all should look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Sposato?
Thank you, Chairman. Nelson, Beth, Director of Development. I have a question for one of you, I don't know who. I'm very familiar, and I support this, obviously, but question. I'm very familiar at Revere Park. Revere Park Boys and Girls Clubhouse, is that the same place? Is it just, what is the Revere
It's
Park?
two buildings within the same park, but they are both owned by the Chicago Park District.
Okay, so the clubhouse then only, could you be used for certain things then, or?
The clubhouse is managed by the Boys and Girls Club.
okay.
They have a license agreement to run their programs out of
nice.
our facility.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you. And just a point of information, I did buy a couple air conditioners myself of my own campaign funds for a couple of my parks. So if we could get more air conditioners, whatever, maybe something where you can get window units or something like that.
Yeah, we need to keep the windows in the buildings. I get it, I get it.
All right,
I
okay,
know.
all right, okay, all right. Well, thank you, thank you,
Right,
everybody.
we're gonna
Thank you,
have the
Chairman.
upgrade.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Burnett?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So I just wanted to ask, first of all, the Park District is very fortunate to have you, because wherever there's some money at, you try to figure out a way of getting it and balancing it out from your experience on working in the budget office. So I just want to ask, how much, so the money that's being spent for the TIF, what percentage of it is for this redevelopment? For the upgrade?
What percentage is what, I'm sorry?
The TIF dollars.
Yeah,
Is all going to be paid for through TIFs?
yes, it's 100% supported by the TIF.
So, you know, and I know, so it's, and I think that's great, right? Thank God some of the legislation that was being presented during the budget, during budget times didn't go through, or you wouldn't have this money to do that, right? Because there was a lot of different ordinances that was being presented that would have cut that money out, and you couldn't be able to use it
That would
for
certainly hurt the Park District.
Right, it would have hurt the Park District and hurt this this development in particular. But only thing that bothers me, and I know every time I need something in the parks, I have to use TIF, right?
Or menu.
Yeah, or menu. So it's like Park District don't have their own budget anymore.
We
You
have
know.
30 million,
Just
For the-
30 million.
just 30 million.
Yeah, so it's like, how did we used to do this stuff? It's like
Well,
everything we
just-
do.
We have 519 playgrounds, just to sort of, I mean, if we had more money, we could certainly do more. We have a wish list of projects that need to get done. We balance 26 miles of lakefront, 519 playgrounds. Our system is over 8,800 acres large. We have 246 field houses, 7 golf courses, 11 museums, and a zoo. So all of that,
So what were we doing before we had TIF, though?
hopefully our buildings weren't in such bad shape, or they weren't getting, look at the deferred maintenance.
Right, and I appreciate the fact that, those of us who do have TIFs, we blessed to have TIFs to be able to supplement these
Right.
things. But it's like every time we come up with a new program, everybody grab that money and don't want to spend the other money, right? And it's starting to be like that with the neighborhood opportunity funds and, anything else you come up.
Yeah, we would love the
'cause-
local
'cause-
improvement fund to get dedicated to the parks
'cause
too, where it's
It's
available.
even like that with the ARO money is ended up
Right.
being spent for the low-income housing tax funds, right? It's like they
Right.
don't even use capital money
I just want to say
anymore.
the Park District, I don't know what the property tax portion of it, probably somebody from OBM budget would have it here, but I think we're less than 6% of the property tax at the Park
Yeah.
District. And we have all of these facilities to maintain. So we are,
I know you all need the money, and I think
money,
this, I
right.
think this,
And we run really lean. You guys see the parks, but there's not,
so this
access.
is a great use of TIF money.
right, and we are leveraging TIF where we can.
All right, this is a great use of TIF money, and I support it, and like I say, if we would have passed some of those ordinances that was being introduced at the, during budget time, we wouldn't have the money to do this, so I just want to mention that. All right, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to know, what is the capital, for the capital bill, what's the amount that's being sent over to the Park District?
I don't, to my knowledge, has everything been passed?
What has been put in the legislation? Yeah, the capital bill has been passed. So my question
Yeah, I
is,
don't have that handy. I mean, there were a handful of parks earmarked.
right, but there was also a lump sum that was given to the Park District, so I just wanted to know.
But I think behind that lump sum, there were earmarks within that lump sum. We didn't, I'll have to get that breakdown.
Okay. Yeah, could you get that breakdown? Because I'm interested in finding out what you guys are going to be getting from the capital bill. Because I agree that oftentimes, any improvements are always looked at in TIF and menu, and we need to start getting away from that.
But I think most of that state money has been earmarked by the legislators. So if your guy voted for something over here, I can't go spend it over there that may have the higher need.
I think you need to double check that, because there was a lump sum that was given to the Park District.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderman. On item number 6, I have a motion for approval from Alderman Dowell. You did? Okay. Before we have that motion, we'll have Mr. Blakemore. Item number 6. And then,
That's why they don't want me to come and make little remarks. You got that gavel there, and while they talking, and I'm talking, you supposed to hit on it. That's why you know how to cut me off. Anyway, the Park District is a separate government entity. It has its own staff, its own budget, its own capital fund, and its own construction. They are not a part of the city. So social equity, when TIF money is not, that money is not supposed to be mixed. That TIF money, this is the city pocket of money. It's not supposed to go in a intergovernmental agreement with the Park District. It's not, why can't the Park District tax their museums? Why can't those museums are private entities. They don't even control them. They don't give the people 1 day a week like they used to. Why can't they do that? You know why this shenanigan goes on? No citizen participation. Not one. That's not your job to give that TIF money to the Park District. That intergovernmental agreement. That is not. They have their board. They can tax the people. You let them tax the people more money. And then to go in with these boys and girls clubs and these other shenanigans coming in, that money mix is not right. Something going over there, Skinner Park over there, or whatever, where they renting out, leasing out the swimming pool or whatever. The reason that Chicago is known so corrupt because the citizens, they don't participate. One party, government, one pay to play. The lady said over here, she said, if you don't have a rich tip, you don't get no air conditioners. It's unequal, separate, unequal, these parks. That's why you want to silence Mr. Blakemore. That's why you want to silence the people. That's why you want to have your meetings at an inappropriate time, at 10 o'clock, where working people can't attend. That's why you have, tomorrow is going to be 3 or 4 meetings at 10 o'clock. How can a concerned citizen go to all 3 meetings? That's why you want to silence. That's why you put rules in, but you just speak one time. We don't want to hear from the public. That's why, now, that big, I tell you again, your mama.
Wrap it up, we'll have Joshua Mark from Alderman Martin's office.
Hi, I'm Joshua
Introduce
Mark
yourself
speaking
and your
here.
title.
Joshua Mark speaking here on behalf of Alderman Martin, who is meeting with constituents right now. We are in support of this ordinance. We believe that the renovations will benefit the 1,500 children from North Center and the surrounding communities who use these facilities every year. Thank you.
Thank you. I had a motion to pass from Alderman Dowell. All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion carries. Thank you. We're going to go out of order for a second, taking items 8 through 10, their authorizations for the payment of various small claims against the city, denial of payment of various small claims against the city, and orders authorizing the payment of various senior citizen rebate sewer claims. If there's no objection, I ask these items be placed on the omnibus. Moved by Alderman Tunney. Going back to item number 7, from the Department of Law, this is the monthly report of judgment, verdict, and settlements from the Department of Law for the month of December. These are going to be placed on file with the clerk, but we'll have Renee Rodney come up and if there are any questions on number 7, and then we will move into the supplemental. Are there any questions on number 7? Alderman Thompson? Alderman Lopez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So looking at the bottom here, we had a verdict. So there's only one verdict here. So this was on a false arrest. It was $1. Can you maybe talk a little bit about this? So this was a police case that we went to trial on?
Can you give me the case name, please?
I'm sorry, David Dewar. Case number 16C2287.
If I'm remembering correctly, I believe the plaintiff in that case represented himself in the trial, which resulted in a verdict of $1. So there were no attorney's fees paid out because he did not have an attorney. And that was a jury verdict.
Okay, and so then, so I just saw that so that was a pro se. And then these were all sort of nominal amounts except for 16L 3067, which is $19 million, $19,250,000. And it says satisfaction. Can you explain what that is?
Yes, that case number refers to the carry-on case. That was a matter that went to trial, which resulted in a verdict on April 23rd, 2019, where a jury awarded the six plaintiffs, one of whom died in a crash from a vehicle that was fleeing a police car. That verdict was $21,337,418.72.
I'm sorry, 21 million?
337, 418.72.
Okay.
So that lawsuit involved a short pursuit related to a stolen vehicle where the fleeing offender struck a van carrying an extended family with 11 passengers, resulting in the death of one of the passengers and serious injuries to several additional passengers. So the primary theory against the city was that the police officers were willful and wanton in their pursuit of the stolen vehicle, which crashed into the van, resulting in that death and injury. During the post-trial motion phase of that, it was our in-house appellate attorney's assessment that the likelihood of success on appeal was very low. So we negotiated what's called a satisfaction of judgment for that $19 million figure you see on the chart, $19,250,000, where the plaintiffs agreed to take $2 million less than the jury verdict to satisfy the judgment that was entered. And I mentioned there are 11 passengers in the vehicle total. That would also satisfy any claims for those 5 additional passengers who did not file suit, and they have also released the city from any further liability. So that $19,250,000 satisfaction of judgment satisfies that $21,300,000 plus verdict that was entered against the city, saving the city over $2 million.
And when did that incident occur?
I believe the incident was in 2016.
And this was never brought to us for settlement, so there was never a settlement discussion?
No, this is not a settlement, a satisfaction of judgment.
No. The case.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was not
The
presented.
decision by the law department to try this case, having this exposure, there was never a discuss. I mean, we get settlements every month, and
Right.
we're going to have the additional settlements in a couple $100,000 here and there. This week, it was $21 million. There was never discussion to settle this case?
The parties unsuccessfully engaged in settlement discussions. They were not able to come to an agreement.
Okay. And then, just to clarify, the 21 million, so we have, what is our obligation, meaning the city, versus then the insurance coverage on this?
I believe the insurance would come in at $20 million.
Oh, it's at 20.
Yes.
Okay, so we're really saving $1.3 million.
That's one way to look at it.
2 million, in a sense. Okay, no further questions on this.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Lopez?
Thank you, Chairman. First off, I just want to thank you and your team for making these numbers available to us. I know we had discussions with your Chief of Staff last month, and now hopefully these will be continuously presented. What I don't want to necessarily speak to the nature of the claims here, I just want to mention for my colleagues' sake, is that this little line item has cost us $93 million in 2019. That's how much all of these settlements that we're not voting on has cost taxpayers. And I think that at some point, Chairman, we need to come up with a way where we're ensuring that we're updated and aware of what the law department's doing, and whether that's through your committee or through the mayor's risk management office or what have you, to ensure that we're not being blindsided by nearly $100 million going out the door here at the end of the year. I don't know what that looks like. I'm open to suggestion as I am working with my colleagues and yourself to figure that out. But I know that in a time of limited resources where we're talking about, you know, a discussion that we just had previously of the Park District spending $30 million a year to fix things, this is 3 times what the Park District spent on all of Chicago that we're blindly just allowing to fly right out the door. And we've got to do better for our taxpayers. Thank you.
Alderman Hairston?
Thank you. I think that's great, and I've sent a letter to the budget chair requesting a breakdown by city department and the amount of settlement, judgment, verdicts, so that we can know what each department is, what we're paying out for each department. I just have a couple of questions. I mean, I'm really interested about all these payouts to People's Gas. Well, from water management. Well, I don't know if they're breaking the gas line when they're going in. I don't know exactly what it is, but I would like a little explanation as to what it is.
Alderman, I think Alderman Dow had the same question, and one of the things we wanted to do as we got this was to get more definitive answers from each department that's listed.
Okay.
And we should also be doing that during, we should be holding the department's feet to the fire during budget hearings.
But we
which
should do
can't-
that before budget hearings.
Yeah, and I think now that we can see the settlements, and it goes to Alderman Lopez's point too, as we see the amounts accruing toward the end of the year through the budget hearings, we can look at these documents and say, look what you've done or haven't done, and look how much you've cost us. Now, some of these might be, you know, if you look at the People's Gas one, we really have to have somebody from water in here to explain that.
Correct.
And the law department ones, they're, obviously we can, when we hear a satisfaction of judgment, that is more of the legal issue directly coming from the court. But that is something we'd like to do to make sure we get more definitive answers.
Okay, so we have fees and costs for 17 CH 9589 and 19 CH 10355 for the FOIA action. Are those legal fees?
As I understand it, if we challenge, if we refuse to disclose something in FOIA because we believe it meets an exemption to the statute, and the requester chooses to challenge that in court, if we are ultimately ordered to turn over a portion of the requested documents, we are then responsible for paying the requesting attorney's fees and costs in that litigation.
So can I get a breakdown of those? Because $55,000 is a lot of fees, and so is the $3,000.
Can I get that information to you
Yes,
through the chair?
yes, yes. And then the 2015007 contract interpretation settlement, $3,300 is the last one.
Hold on.
Sorry. Apologies. Ann Emerson, Chief of Staff to the Committee on Finance. When there are labor disputes between employees and their departments, when those labor disputes result in a monetary award of some kind, because say for instance there was, this saying contract interpretation, we can assume that somewhere a raise wasn't paid out, or they went to arbitration over a complaint, maybe what sometimes happens is with a police officer, for instance, if they get 3 days suspension without pay and they then go to arbitration on that and it's reversed in arbitration, that 3,300, whatever that amount is, I have no idea about the facts of this particular one.
Well, no, the
It's
reason
just
that
to
I'm
say that
asking,
that's
because
the
these
dollar
are
amount you
additional
see.
police, and if you look at the
Sometimes
close
they're
to
Department
$1
of
billion,
Aviation or something.
well, this one specifically says police. You know, the $1 billion, the city's deficit is, you know, equal to what we're paying for things that the police department has. So, you know, this year I'd really like to focus on going into that further. You know, the FOIA action is probably something that could have been avoided, you know, depending on the facts of the contract interpretation. But I guess my point is that paying out substantial sums of money to the police department, not just for the regular things that we pay them, but for additional stuff, that we've got to figure out a way to rein those costs in.
Yeah, and I think, Alderman, to your point, the amount that we're typically given in budget hearings, if you recall, every year they come up and say we might have 10 million in settlements, or we might have in legal fees that we have to pay out in that budget line item. These are the things that we have to look at more closely.
Correct.
Kind of
So,
force
but
the
I
issue.
thank you for providing this to us. This has never been provided to us before, and with this information. So I would like to, you know, thank both of you for this information, because this helps us do our job better.
And I think if you have specific suggestions as we move forward about how we get that information from the departments, we can sit down and work out how we want it drafted and what kind of information we get.
Okay, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you. Alderman Sposato?
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Ms. Rodney. Good to see you.
Hello.
Question for you. The 21 million, was this the chase where the police were going 48 miles an hour? Was this the one?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe through the chair, can we find out up to how fast the police could chase somebody? So if they're doing, for example, if they're doing 35, do we have to call it off? Most of the speed limits in the city are about 30 miles an hour. So if somebody's doing 35, do we have to call it off? Is it 40? Can we find out some way, or maybe we can have a subject hearing in public safety? Because 48 doesn't seem that fast to me, obviously. But I'm just wondering if we could find out through the chair or have somebody from CPD to come and let us know at what speed does CPD have to call it off. And I was talking to my colleague over here, and he said sometimes it also depends on what the crime is also. So if we could find out a combination of at what rate of speed do they have to call off chases.
Yes, I can provide that information.
And that's nothing urgent. I don't need it tomorrow at your leisure. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Sposato. Alderman Dowell?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to thank you and Alderman Lopez for, Alderman Lopez for calling for this information, and the Finance Committee for providing it. I think it's very useful. I agree with needing to follow up with departments such as water management on all of these. I'm sure we'll see more of these next month and the month afterwards. And I was just curious, from the law department's point of view, what are you doing to mitigate or reduce our exposure in this area?
With respect to the People's Gas entries in
Right,
particular?
all the property damage. Are you asking the questions about why you're seeing this so much,
I'll have to speak with the particular attorneys who are handling those matters, but I can certainly follow up with that information.
Thank you, if you can, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Dowell. Just one point. Alderman Tunney, did you have a question?
Yes, Chairman, and I know you're the lawyer in the room, but I wanted to comment on Alderman Thompson's issue about that we are a self-insured entity, but this is a reinsurance issue because we have additional insurance to cover us on these extreme amounts, correct?
On top of exposure of $20 million, yes.
Yeah, And so I think from the benefit of the Finance Committee, since we have been blowing this almost every year, what that premium is to have that additional insurance. There's no such thing, because trust me, the more we abuse it, the higher our rates are going. So I'd like to see us to monitor how much this extra insurance has been costing us, because I know we've been using it, unfortunately. And I think it's a cost of doing business the way we're doing. But I think the fact that we have so many expensive liabilities and judgments, trust me, that's built into our insurance, our reinsurance, I think what they call it.
I will follow up with that information.
Thank you, Alderman Tunney. Follow-up from Alderman Thompson.
Point of information to Alderman Tunney's point. Have we tapped into any of these insurance? Because everything seems to be less than $20 million. So to Alderman Tunney's point, I'd like to get that, how much we pay in premium, and then how much we've used of the insurance. How often do we utilize that insurance on a case-by-case basis?
Sure, and let me clarify, it's over $20 million per event. So
Correct.
while the total may exceed that, if the judgment or ultimate settlement exceeds that amount, that's when the insurance would kick in.
Which is why I'm asking my question is,
How often?
because I don't know how often we're exceeding 20 million, but at this point, if we're spending millions of dollars on this insurance that we rarely utilize, we have to look at determining in the risk officer as well. So if you
Sure,
can
I
get it
can
on a
follow up.
case-by-case. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, any other questions on that one? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this item will be placed on file with the clerk, and that ends the agenda, the regular agenda. Now we're going to move on to the supplemental, and Ms. Rodney will go to the supplemental agenda. Four. Yes, we have 4 items. And I will let you start off with item A, 1A. Well, we have, let me just read through. We have Jardinus versus City of Chicago, Rodrigo Corona and Manuel Arroyo. We have Kelly Hespy versus City of Chicago and Gerald Brayman. Item C is Trevon Gardner and Treonia Gardner versus City of Chicago, James Hayworth and Zachary Gameley. And item D is Alma Benitez against the City of Chicago et al.
Thank you. The first proposed settlement in Hardinez resolves a lawsuit brought by Andy Hardinez, who, while handcuffed and in police custody, was shoved backwards by a CPD officer, causing Hardinez to hit his head on the cement floor of a holding cell. Hardinez was treated and diagnosed with multiple brain hematomas, an active brain bleed, a non-displaced fracture of the right back portion of his skull, which extended to the area where the skull and spine meet. The proposed settlement of $500,000, which is inclusive of attorney's fees and costs, is recommended as a cost-effective measure to limit the city's financial exposure. I'm happy to answer any questions about Hardinez.
Alderman Austin.
I don't think that I can support this because I have asked to see the video in regarding to this item and haven't got to that yet. Do we have the video available?
Yes, we do. It's on the COPA website as well, but we did show it in the briefing right off of the COPA website. If you'd like, if you'd like to step in back, we can pull it up.
Yes.
Or bring it there, I think, if it's on a phone.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Alderman Hairston and then Alderman Thompson.
This is disturbing because this was brought in 2018. I think that's after the consent decree has come down, and so that shows that the police department still has not gotten the message about brutality and their conduct. Do we know where these officers are now? Are they currently on the force?
Yes, there are 2 officers named in this complaint. The officer who was caught on video shoving the plaintiff is a police officer. He's still employed as a police officer. I believe he's still in the district where he was taken, which was the 9th district, but I can confirm that.
Alderman Sadowski Garza.
Point of information, Alderman Hairston, I believe the police officer that shoved this kid is still on duty, and he actually is I don't know his exact title, but he's in charge of training other officers.
FTO. Is this the same?
That was information I reported at the briefing, but I
Right.
got clarification from CPD that as of July of 2019, he was no longer a field training officer, but he did serve in that position for about a year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Garza.
Alderman, that is Officer Corona. There's 2 names on there.
Correct, correct. What is troubling, again, is that we've had the consent decree, that the police department still refuses, and I will use the word refuses, to change their ways. There should have been no way on God's green earth that this man should have been a field training officer. This was not his or her first incident, from what I understand. So the failure of the police department to reprimand him in any way is unacceptable. You know, and I think going forward, I know the contract is coming up, but we really have to do something about the way in which our police department are handling cases and costing the taxpayers money, and they are not stepping up to the plate at all. They're not even trying to change their ways. This is totally and completely unacceptable. And I guess we are lucky that we are able to settle. Thank you.
Any other questions on 1A? Alderman Thompson, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, last Thursday when we had the briefings, I was here at Public Safety, so I was not able to attend those. So I'm going to ask a couple questions. So was the officer or either officer reprimanded?
COPA did investigate the matter, but they did not ultimately sustain any findings. They thought the video was insufficient to prove or disprove whether the officer was reasonable in viewing the plaintiff as an assailant. They did conclude from the video that the plaintiff was not what they called an active resistor, but they did not sustain any findings that would lead to discipline. I believe the officer had been referred to additional training on excessive force, but that's all the information I have as for any follow-up after the incident.
Okay, and again, not having looked at the video, I don't know the circumstance. So he was handcuffed, and was he charging the officer?
He was in a holding cell. He had been arrested for a property damage offense and was being kept in a holding cell. As is shown in the video, he was initially handcuffed behind him. He was able to manipulate his arms so the cuffs were in front of him, still cuffed, and then he began to bang on the glass of the holding cell door, which caught the officer's attention. The officer came over to the door. The officer's report is that he told the plaintiffs to step back when he opened the door, and the plaintiff lunged at him in a fashion that caused the officer to view him as a threat, and then the officer pushed him back. Based on the positioning of the plaintiff's arms cuffed in front of him, he fell backwards and hit his head was not able to brace his fall. So that was captured by a video in the police station. But there is a slight barrier that obscures the plaintiff walking towards the door when the officer was opening it, and I think that's why COPA found it could not either prove or disprove the reasonableness of the officer's actions in making their decision not to sustain the
Okay,
finding.
just, I'm not asking you to speculate what COPA was thinking. COPA is, they did the investigation. We have investigators who do their job, and they determined what they determined. So I don't want to second-guess COPA here. That's slightly different. Actually, it's a lot different than what you initially described, which was that the police officer pushed a handcuffed, I don't know, assailant or whatever you want to call that person, somebody who was in a holding cell. It's different. So the person now was able to manipulate. They had their hands out, they were banging on the glass, and as the officer opened the door, then the person charged them. So that's a different set of facts than what was initially just
The
reported
officer's
here.
account is that he charged him. It's not clear from the video that he did, though.
Okay. And then just in terms of the ask, what was the lawsuit amount?
The initial settlement demand was $1 million. The recommended settlement is $500,000,
Inclusive of fees?
Point of
inclusive
information
of
from
fees and
Alderman.
costs, yes.
Point of information from Alderman Hairston.
Assailant was handcuffed and walking freely around. He was not handcuffed to anything, just.
Right. He was secured inside of a holding cell, but his hands were cuffed. He was not secured to a bench or anything. no.
Okay, thank you.
Alderman Thompson?
Okay. That, and then was it Alderman Corona that was the officer that felt threatened? and
Officer.
pushed?
Officer.
Yes.
What did I say?
Alderman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Officer Corona was the Alderman, or Officer Arroyo, why was he then named?
There was a failure to intervene claim made against Officer Arroyo. The second officer, the argument by the plaintiff that was expected is that he could have, to the extent that the plaintiff was considered a threat by the first officer, the second officer could have stepped in to assist in a fashion that did not include pushing. That's a possible argument the plaintiff could have made. So he was named as a second defendant, and an allegation of failure to intervene was made
COPA,
against
in
him.
that case, in his circumstance, what did COPA determine as it relates to?
There's no finding against the second officer.
Okay. Okay, no further questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Thompson. Alderman Austin, were you able to view that video?
Oh, not yet, sir.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But in lieu of that, listening at the conversation opposed to what I heard at the first place, I'll be able to support it.
Okay. Alderman Sadlowski Garza. Thank you, Alderman Austin.
Yeah, I just have a question. If COPA said that the officer they couldn't come to an agreement, I'm not a lawyer, but if COPA finds like no wrongdoing or they couldn't come to an agreement, shouldn't that be like driving our settlements? I mean, right? I mean, if that's the entity that's supposed to investigate these cases, and we keep paying out all these settlements, and and the officers are still on duty, I mean, I can't get past the $30 million that the Park District gets, and we're paying out way more than that we could be funding our parks, for God's sake. I don't know. Shouldn't the findings of COPA drive our decisions? I'm asking that as a question.
I think they could be viewed differently depending on the case. Sometimes COPA's findings are a good indicator of what a jury will find. Sometimes they're not, because the jury may be exposed to other evidence that COPA does not consider. But we certainly look at COPA's findings when we evaluate a case, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we have one person wishing to testify, Mr. Blakemore. Alderman Sposato, sorry.
Are we doing the four of them together? We're doing them one at a time?
We're going to do A, B, and C together.
Right, so it's one, and then there's A, B, a C, and a D, so that would be,
Yep. We're going to separate for voice vote for each one.
okay, I meant for public comment, so, okay.
No, I'm going
Thank
to
you,
try.
Chairman.
Mr. Blakemore, could you speak to the settlements as a whole?
I've been speaking each item. That's been the procedure here. Are you tired of me?
No.
Are you tired?
Um,
If you're gonna vote on them all together and having me, your procedures today have been one item at a time. Now you're gonna change the rule. All of you, y'all don't want to hear from the public. You're tired of me. I don't care, I'm tired of you too. So I'm expecting to speak on each one of these items. I'm tired of you too. All of you. Anyway, this shows a culture of institutional racism. I have not read in a paper of a black policeman shooting a white man or a white woman. There is an unspoken rule for these black officers. Lady Justice can see color. How many times have I picked up a paper and seen a black policeman shooting a white person? How many times? One time, two times, or no time? So it shows that black lives doesn't matter. These black policemen, they make the same money, put on the same uniform, but it's a hidden rule. It's an unspoken rule. And they know that rule. They better not shoot a white man or a white woman. And this is not only local, this is national. So white lives matter. Black lives doesn't matter. This is a fact. This is a fact. These black policemen know. And then they're not put in situations where they will shoot them. They're not even in those communities. That won't happen in the 18th district. That won't happen in any of these white districts. And it doesn't even happen. It's just not happening. It's another law. And you black aldermen know that you're different from these white aldermen too. You all know y'all on the plantation. But how many times, Mr. Blakemore, and each one of you, have you read in the paper of a black policeman shooting a white man or a white woman? It's not going on the plantation. You can kick and boot a black because they're not free black people. But you better not. You better not. And even when I drive, I say, oh, I better not hit that white woman. Oh, no, I don't want to hit a black one, but I know the consequences of hitting a white one. Now, I want about these other two. I want about these other two.
Is there a motion to pass on item 1A? Alderman Tunney moves to pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, the ayes have it. Item 1B is Kelly Hespy versus City of Chicago and Gerald Bremen.
The second proposed settlement ends a lawsuit brought by CPD officer Kelly Hespy, who claims her sergeant created a sexually hostile work environment during their 3-year relationship. The proposed settlement of $300,000, inclusive of fees and costs, is in the best interest of taxpayers. I'm happy to answer any questions on this settlement.
Alderman Austin?
I didn't hear what she was saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We still had public testimony going on.
This lawsuit is brought by CPD officer Kelly Hespy, who claims her sergeant created a sexually hostile work environment during their 3-year relationship. The proposed settlement is $300,000, inclusive of fees and costs.
Any questions on this item from the Alderman?
Yes, I'm not finished,
Yes,
Mr.
Alderman.
Chairman.
Sorry, Alderman.
So that she did not report this to any other supervisors or anything?
Not until after the relationship ended, she filed an EEO complaint. But we don't have any information that she reported it internally.
And how long did this go on?
3 years.
Somebody sexually harassed you for 3 years and you don't say nothing in the police department?
Based on the information we have, there was a dating component to this relationship, and over the course of time, there was an escalating course of sexual harassment and abusive conduct as alleged by the plaintiff.
So they were dating. Are you saying that, did you just say that they were dating?
Well, the plaintiff alleges that the entire relationship was non-consensual.
So somebody pressured you sexually for 3 years and it was non-consensual?
Sure. I can provide some additional detail. The plaintiff was assigned to the 14th District as a police officer. In the fall of 2008, the defendant, who was then a sergeant, was transferred to the 14th District where he met the plaintiff. They were both assigned to the same midnight shift. They then began a sexual relationship in November 2009 and continued it for 3 years. During that 3-year relationship, the plaintiff alleges that it involved an escalating course of sexual harassment and abusive conduct. The plaintiff contends she was afraid to end the relationship because the sergeant threatened to destroy her career and threatened to disparage her in front of her coworkers if she did not consent to his demands. The plaintiff also claims that she was worried that if she was not in a relationship with the sergeant, he would not protect her on the job. And the plaintiff claims that the sergeant allegedly interfered with her ability to do her job by constantly calling and text messaging her at work. There are voicemails that would be played at the trial, at any trial of the sergeant yelling at the plaintiff. Similarly, there are numerous text messages where the plaintiff appears to be pleading with the sergeant to leave her alone. She would also introduce at trial evidence of unwanted contact while on duty. For example, in early 2012, the plaintiff claims that the sergeant followed her and her partner to a hospital and demanded that the plaintiff sit in his car with him. The plaintiff contends that the sergeant screamed and yelled at her, and when she wanted to leave, he called her a disparaging name. Later that year, the plaintiff alleges that the sergeant reached into a window of the plaintiff's squad car, grabbed her arm, and asked her why she did not answer her phone. And in July of 2012, while the two were arguing, the sergeant allegedly threw a handbag which hit the plaintiff, causing a welt and later bruising on her right rib cage. She has a picture of that injury that would be shown to a jury at trial. Their relationship ended in November of 2012. Plaintiff informed the sergeant via text message that she was afraid of him and that she wanted him to leave her alone. And that following March 2013, the plaintiff went on a paid medical leave as the result of allegedly having PTSD after an incident with the lieutenant, where the plaintiff claims that the lieutenant intimidated the plaintiff during a ride-along. At trial, the plaintiff would attempt to attribute the lieutenant's alleged threats to the defendant's sergeant. When the plaintiff's paid medical leave expired at the end of April 2014, she went on unpaid leave, and she's still on unpaid leave status.
That's sad. I mean, so that she was so afraid that she couldn't go to the superintendent, a union rep, or nobody. Where's this sergeant at now?
He retired in July 2019 as a lieutenant.
What? Oh, he retired. And so after he retired, she filed the lawsuit.
No, the lawsuit was filed in 2013. During the pendency of the lawsuit, he retired.
There's something a little shady on that part.
Point of information from Alderman Hairston.
He promoted.
And
I have that information written down. As I understand it, it was a mechanic promotion, so to speak, based on his number of years with the department. It was not a merit-based promotion.
So if I'm there, if I'm there 10 years, I automatically get promoted to lieutenant?
I don't know the time frame, but as it was described to us, it was not based on merit.
Was that a point of information from Alderman Thompson and Alderman Taliaferro?
If we can get, or Talaferro would know, I don't think that's
Alderman
correct.
Taliaferro.
If the lieutenant is not promoted by merit, he's promoted off the list based on his ranking after testing. But there is no promotion based on your time in service.
Thank you.
Alderman Hairston.
So, am I correct in understanding, so he was a sergeant, and then after X number of years, or he takes a test to become a lieutenant, and then is promoted off of a list?
Alderman Taliaferro.
Number of years, though, the number of years, there is a minimum number of years to qualify to take the test. However, once you've reached that number of years, you're given a rank order based on how well you performed on the test. And then you are promoted off of that list. Those that are promoted merit go through a separate process. The rest of them are promoted off a list based on how well they performed on the written exam.
Okay, thank you.
And he was promoted in 2018. Answer that question.
Alderman Thompson. Alderman Hairston, were you done there? Alderman
Wasn't
Austin, you're still.
Yeah, I wasn't finished. Everybody had
Sorry.
a point of information.
Alderman Austin, you have the floor.
Oh, okay,
Sorry
so
about that.
all of the time that this was occurring, her fear was that she could go to no one and get any relief at all. So, but after he's retired, okay, this lawsuit started before he retired.
Yes.
But then he was allowed to retire, and she's still being harassed? But why are we paying for their sexual behavior, number one?
So the lawsuit was filed in 2013. His retirement was several years into the pendency of the lawsuit. I just wanted to clarify the timeline. And the alleged harassment occurred between 2009 and 2012. So before the promotion.
But we're still allowed, we're still the one that's on the hook for his behavior.
Yes, the city was named as well, and there's a risk that based on his position of authority over her, a jury could find that he was acting within the scope of his employment. It's a close question, it's not settled, but those are the risks that were highlighted when we evaluated the likelihood of success at a trial.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I'm gonna vote no on this one, no, okay.
Alderman Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is the lieutenant, the retired lieutenant, is he settling this, or has he settled the case?
The sergeant.
So we're not the only defendant. He is also a defendant. She's suing him for sexual harassment personally.
Right.
I mean, he's working outside of the scope of his job here. I don't know why we're paying the $300,000 here, that he should be the one. What exposure does he have?
The claims against him would be resolved with this settlement.
Is he paying any money?
No.
Then so under the investigation, when this came to light in 2012 or 2013 when she filed suit, we then have been screwing around this for 6 years. He gets paid, gets promoted, and then he retires for, what was the investigation? Let me step back. What was the investigation of that officer, that lieutenant? Why didn't we move to terminate?
Well, as I understand it, CPD's Office of Legal Affairs opened a complaint register against him, and there was a finding
What year was that? I'm sorry. Was that
July 15, 2015. They
2
entered
years after she filed suit for sexual harassment?
I don't know when they opened their investigation, but this is the date that they entered their findings as a result of their investigation.
Okay.
There was a finding, and he was issued a 30-day suspension that was based on his misuse of equipment, conduct unbecoming, failure to initiate proper action, and use of profanity. He grieved that suspension. It was scheduled for August 28, 2018. That arbitration was postponed because CPD decided to reopen the CR to examine whether the sergeant lied during the initial CR investigation. There was a concern that his deposition testimony in the litigation was not consistent with statements he made to internal affairs. When that CR was reopened, he was relieved of his police powers, and that CR was pending when he retired in July of 2019.
Is there anything that we would be doing in terms of pursuing against, so we're not paying this guy a pension? I mean, if this was caused in 2012, we let him,
I can find that out. I'm not sure, though.
yeah, I mean, this just, he was gigging the system, first of all, and playing the game of grieving and appealing and everything until he got to his however many years he had.
It's, let me, if I, are you?
Yeah, that's fine, if you want to.
That point of information for Ms. Rodney, he can do all of this through the contract, correct?
Yeah, there are certain rights, for sure, that
To-
protect them during the disciplinary process.
Throughout the grievance and then opening the CR, he basically followed all of the FOP contract and CPD requirements to stretch this thing out. I mean, we're assuming he did because he grieved.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Alderman Sadlowski Garza. And Alderman Sposato.
I'm having a really hard time understanding why he isn't paying this $300,000, why we're on the hook when it was his blatant bad judgment getting him into this predicament in the first place. Why are we on the hook? We didn't tell him to go hook up with somebody. I mean, why are we on the hook? I don't understand that. That was his call.
It goes to conduct that occurred while both were working as police officers, and some of the conduct is alleged to have occurred at their police station and while both of them were on duty. So there is a claim against the city that we are responsible for that. So the jury would have to decide whether the sergeant's conduct fell within the scope of his employment. And although this alleged conduct may be beyond what we might consider as within the scope of someone's employment as a sergeant, there is a possibility that the jury could find that he was acting within the scope when he was in uniform or on duty because he had authority over the plaintiff within the department's hierarchy.
I understand him having the authority, but I also want to just be on record as saying this. We should not be held accountable for somebody else's actions because we can't control what anybody else does. That's all I got to say.
Alderman Sposato. Oh, wait, Alderman Thompson, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hadn't finished. So I had a question as it relates to where Alderman Garza was going. You mentioned in your testimony, I think, or excuse me, in your response to Chairman Austin that she was talking to a lieutenant. Was that the sergeant who became a lieutenant, or was that a different individual?
That's a different individual who was a lieutenant at the time of the alleged harassment.
And so she made him aware, and he was a supervisor to the sergeant who was harassing?
No, the plaintiff took a paid medical leave claiming PTSD after an incident with this other lieutenant.
What type of incident, like a car accident?
It happened on a ride-along. She claimed this lieutenant intimidated her At the trial against the sergeant, who's now a retired lieutenant, we believe the plaintiff would have tried to attribute that intimidation to the sergeant.
So was so the intimidation was related to her relationship with the sergeant?
That's her allegation, yes.
Okay, and so that, because otherwise, if we're not made aware of it, or a supervisor is not made aware of it, the individual is working outside of the scope of employment, and we shouldn't be covering him on this litigation. And why he isn't named, or why she isn't going after him in addition to the city, I mean, for $300,000, that's a couple years of a lieutenant.
Right. I don't think I'm not sure that whether higher-ups were made aware of the harassment is a factor that the jury would consider. I'll need to find that out. But there is the risk that the city would be held liable if they found that the sergeant was acting within the scope of his employment.
Okay.
Alderman Austin, yes.
But
Point of information.
that's not a part of his duty to force her to have sex with him. So now that's not a part of his duty. I don't care how they would even pan that out, because if screaming at her is a part of his duty, which is police officers do to their subordinates, okay, I could understand that, but not forcing her to go have sex with him. And she's still committed to it.
Well, part of the question that the jury would have to consider is, did she have a legitimate reason to believe that the defendant sergeant, who had a position of power, could damage her career if she refused his advances?
Of course he could. But you said it went on for 3 years.
Yes.
And you, at the initiation, you spoke to a lieutenant in regards to this incident that's going on. So the police department did not protect her at any point.
I'm not sure if that's her precise allegation. I don't have any information in front of me that she attempted to go within the department and nothing came of it. But I'm aware of her making a complaint after the relationship was over to the EEOC. And then the lawsuit stemmed from that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This
Hold on.
saga is getting worse.
Alderman Sposato had his hand up. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to
Back to you,
defer to my
Alderman.
colleague, because he's going to say the same thing I'm going to say, but I did want to say one thing. He was not under FOP contract, he was under the Sergeant Association's contract. He was a sergeant, he wasn't a patrol officer, he was a sergeant. With that, I'll defer to my colleague, that's going to say the same thing I was going to say, but thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for the clarification, Alderman Sposato. Alderman Taliaferro.
I just have a couple of questions, and with regard to deposition, were there depositions taken?
Yes.
Did she admit to having sex during work hours?
Yes.
Was that consensual sex?
Her allegation is that the entire relationship was
No,
non-consensual. That's her position.
But she had sex during work hours?
Yes.
Did she admit to having sex in squad cars?
Yes.
Did she admit to having sex with other police officers that having foursomes?
I don't have any information in front of me as to
I'm only
that.
reading what's reported by the local media, that her deposition included to having sex during work hours, sex in squad cars, and participating in foursomes. I find that kind of outrageous that we're not looking to fire her if she wasn't fired. But I can't support a settlement on her behalf after conducting herself in this manner as well. I'm not condoning anything that the lieutenant may or may have not done, but I can't condone her actions either, being a police officer on duty, conducting herself like that.
Alderman Burnett.
Yeah, yes. So we're making a settlement. Is she suing the individual also, or just the city?
She sued the sergeant individually and the city.
So how did her suit go with him?
His claims would be resolved as a result of this settlement, so they would be dismissed.
Pardon me?
When I say she sued him individually, I mean she also named him as a party to this lawsuit.
So whether she win or lose this claim, she's still gonna sue him, right?
No, she has a pending suit against him. So if this matter went to trial and the city and the sergeant lost at trial, and compensatory damages were entered, the city would pay those. At trial, the individual sergeant could conceivably be exposed to punitive damages, which he would be individually responsible for. But by virtue of the settlement, the city would pay that out, which would resolve all pending claims against the city and the sergeant
So
individually.
if we settle this, then she can't sue him.
That's right. She would release her right to pursue any further litigation.
So we
as a
kind of
result
help
of
him
these.
if we let it go to trial. We kind of help her if we let it go to trial, but we hurt ourselves because we may lose more money.
That's right. And we'd be subject to having to pay her attorney's fees and costs if we were unsuccessful at trial.
So my colleague
Sorry.
mentioned something that the media said in reference to her activity, and so do we know of those things that he mentioned that the media said? That she was very sexually active?
She would testify at the trial, and she would be subject to cross-examination, and any statements that she gave in her deposition could be used against her in her cross-examination, yes.
So those questions can be asked of her. So why it seemed like, how the city get in the middle of this? Why are we involved with someone's sexual activity? It's sexual harassment. I understand that part, but then there's a lot of consensual sex too. It appeared to be consensual also. So that's it just don't seem right.
Right. I'll just remind you of some of the evidence that would come into trial. Threatening voicemails between the plaintiff and the sergeant, text messages from the plaintiff to the sergeant asking for him to leave her alone, photographs of injuries she says she suffered as a result of a bag being thrown at her. And then the testimony itself.
Okay. Alderman Burnett? Alderman Smith first. Oh, I'm sorry. Point of information, Alderman Taliaferro.
Point of information, no questions asked. I think when we're briefed on matters like this, though, we have to be briefed in full. A lot of this information about the depositions was not stated during this particular briefing. But when we are briefed on matters with regard to police settlement, I think it's very important for us to have all of the information so that we can make an informed decision. I don't want to hear why we believe the police department should pay. I also want to hear the counter argument as to why the city fought this in the very beginning. So that allows us to be well informed before we make our decision. Because it would be good to hear what you heard in a deposition or what was stated during a deposition. That's on the record. But that was never mentioned during this brief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman. Alderman Smith.
So I appreciate the conversation, but I have to disagree with a little bit of it. It's very well settled law by the United States Supreme Court that employers can be held liable for the sexual harassment of their employees. And that the only way to avoid that is to find that a company has taken reasonable steps to make sure that these things don't happen. Am I saying that broadly correctly, counsel?
Yes.
Okay. So the real question that we should be asking is two things. Is what steps, I want to go back to what happened in this case. The kinds of things that are described in this case are bad examples, bad conduct, but it is not uncommon in a sexual harassment or a quid pro quo case where a woman believes that in order to protect or advance her career, she has to engage in sex. Now, let's discuss the state of the world today. I think that's the basis of the Me Too movement. So whether or not what we have personal feelings about this particular female police officer is really a legal question to be decided at a trial. If that's what the city wants to do and find out whether or not the city, the police department, was taking appropriate steps to make sure that sexual harassment or quid pro quos were not occurring at the police department, that would be the stand that we would have to take. And I take it that the city's not entirely comfortable that they could win that case in this circumstance while they're asking for it to be settled. But I'm frankly very disturbed by the conversation that because of this woman's conduct, alleged conduct in this circumstance, that the city is somehow excused from potential liability. That just is not the law, and many of us and many of our foremothers fought for that not to be the law, going back to the 70s, I think. In fact, it may have been one of the cases that Ruth Bader Ginsburg was involved in, but I'm trying to remember if that's really the case. And maybe Alderman Hairston knows that case. So whether or not she engaged in activities that might titillate some people, or that people believe, looking at it from afar, think are consensual, that's not only the law, that's not good public policy. That's what women have been fighting for a very long time in order to be judged as equals in the workplace. So I appreciate the care and the delicacy with which we have been talking about this, but if the city, I'm going to go back to my question, which is, what steps is the city or has the city taken to make sure that sexual harassment and quid pro quo type of situations with sex are not tolerated by the Chicago Police Department?
I have to get back to you on that through the chair.
Only when I get really mad, Walt. No, so, I mean, I assume that such steps are being taken, or we wouldn't even, we need to be. I would, that's something that I'd like a report back on. But I certainly, under these circumstances, support this settlement and think that our colleagues, I mean, the women's, as I recall, our women's caucus led by Alderman Hairston put together a whole bunch of training about sexual harassment, a whole bunch of procedures about sexual harassment among our own members, and I really think that we need to take all that to heart. So I support this settlement and encourage my colleagues to so support it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that information, Alderman Smith. I think that kind of clarifies a little bit more of what we're looking at there. Alderman Tunney?
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to, there's an old saying that two wrongs don't make a right. And in the case, both actors were acting unprofessionally, but as an employer, you have, and the city is the employer, they have the ultimate responsibility for a safe workplace. And the policies about even dating, I don't think are still, we have policies not, you don't date anybody at the workplace. I mean, this is where it's going. You need to keep your professional work environment separate and distinct. And the only question that I have is, what is the age differential on these two, the plaintiff and the...
I don't have that information in front of me, but I can find out and let you know.
I can see where intimidation would come in. And then, and this plaintiff is still with the workforce, still with the police department.
She's in unpaid leave status.
So she's still officially with it?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Thanks.
Okay. We have one person that has to testify, Mr. George Blakemore.
Professional. No dating on the job. It's not even good and ethical for relatives. Some employers will not let them work on the same job. It's not good. Professionals don't date. Maybe that should be one of your requirements. Do not get common and familiar on the job. Do not have people, family members, nepotism on the job. That can cut out a lot of that non-professionalism. So both of them. Man, you need a watcher. Get rid of, need a watcher. That's why it's very important to have input. I don't know, I'm getting dizzy. Somebody gave me some candy. I hope nobody don't poison me around here. But maybe I'm not well. But anyway, it's very, thank you, sir, because you did not feed in to them telling me, come on, combine them both. Always, when someone from the public, always hear from the public, because you all are public servants. Emmanuel didn't even want the public to speak at the city council. You all didn't want them to speak. What is this anti-public all about when you're using public resources and public money? Who are you all? Or who do you think you are? Please remember that you serve the public. And tomorrow when I come, somebody say, are you feeling better, Mr. Blakemore? I say, no. Look up here on this list. 10 o'clock, 10 o'clock. How can the public come to all of these? No, I'm not okay. I told this lady over here, she said, are you feeling better? And I saw 10, 10, 10, 11. Don't do that. Who have we elected? Just who have we elected? What kind of machine is this? Is it working in their interest or in the interest of the public? Don't do that. Please don't try to silence the public like the man in finance. He's changed the rule. He said, even Bert didn't do that. He said, I don't want to hear from the public. All of your 3 minutes. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Thank you, Mr. Blakemore. We have a motion to pass. Move to pass by Alderman Hairston. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? One no from Alderman Taliaferro. Anyone else? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion passes. Our next item is item 1C, Trevon Gardner and Treonia Gardner versus City of Chicago, James Hayworth and Zachary Gamonley, for an amount of $150,000.
This settlement would resolve a lawsuit brought by siblings Trevon Gardner and Treonia Gardner, who claim they were pulled over by the police without justification and subject to excessive force. On August 14, 2016, in the 7600 block of South Central Park Avenue, 2 CPD officers pulled over the plaintiff Trevon Gardner, age 21, who was using a cell phone. Trevon was driving a vehicle occupied by his sister and co-plaintiff Treonia Gardner, age 19, and another sibling, age 16. During the stop, Trevon failed to produce a driver's license because his license was suspended and he was placed under arrest. According to the plaintiffs, during the stop, the lead officer was verbally abusive, and at one point, the officer choked Trevon in the squad car. The officer denies choking or grabbing the plaintiff's throat. Plaintiffs further alleged that while Treonia was attempting to record the encounter with her phone, the lead officer snatched the phone out of her hand, causing an injury to her finger. During this interaction, the second officer is alleged to have failed to intervene. Additionally, Trevon claims while the lead officer transported him to the police station, the officer purposely slammed on the brakes, causing Trevon to hit his head on the partition. The officer could not recall specifically doing this while transporting Trevon, but told COPA that he would never do something like that. Finally, Trevon claims he was handcuffed too tightly by the lead officer, causing permanent injuries to his wrists, including carpal tunnel syndrome. The lead officer stated that it was his normal practice to place a finger in between the handcuffs in offender's hand to check for tightness. While the law department believes it would be successful in a motion for summary judgment with regards to the unlawful seizure claims in the case, the excessive force and failure to intervene claims likely would remain and have to be litigated at trial. Trying those claims presents several risks. The cell phone video taken by the plaintiff, Treonia Gardner, captures the lead officer using profanity and condescending language against both plaintiffs. Specifically, the lead officer is heard calling Treonia a disparaging name and taunting Trayvon while Trayvon is in the squad car stating, quote, "Are you crying, little man?" end quote. In addition, at some point, you can hear Trayvon yelling to his sister that the lead officer called him a name and was grabbing Trayvon by his throat. The lead officer's behavior, as captured in the video, could undermine his credibility at a trial because and cause a jury to question why the officer does not dispute on the video that he is grabbing Trayvon's throat. In the underlying CR for this matter, 6 of the 8 allegations were sustained against the lead officer, finding that the officer handcuffed Trayvon too tightly, causing injuries, inappropriately stated, "Are you crying, little man?" verbally abused Trayvon, inappropriately stated, quote, "My badge does not come off," expletive, end quote, choked Trayvon, and brought discredit upon the department with conduct unbecoming of a police officer during a traffic stop. Trayvon claims he sustained severe injuries to his wrist that resulted in bilateral wrist pain, radial nerve palsy, bilateral wrist redness, and abrasions. Trayvon further claims that as a result of this occurrence, he received severe headaches and facial contusions. Treonia claims she sustained injuries that resulted in right-hand metacarpal strain. The initial settlement demand was $500,000. The proposed settlement of $150,000, which is inclusive of attorney's fees and costs, is a cost-effective measure to limit the city's financial exposure, and especially in light of the fact that should a jury find for the plaintiffs, fees and costs would be awarded on top of any damages. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you again, Corporation Counsel Rodney. You mentioned a video. The video wasn't a video, it was just an audio. Do we have something new, or did you mean the audio when you said the video?
I was referring to the cell phone video,
That we couldn't see, yeah. Okay.
where the visual images are not very strong, but you can hear
Right.
the words that are
Okay,
said.
I remember seeing the audio, well, okay.
Yes.
I mean, I remember hearing the audio, not seeing the audio, but, all right, thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Alderman Dowell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carpal tunnel syndrome is a medical diagnosis. Was this diagnosed by a doctor?
That was diagnosed by a doctor that the plaintiff secured, I believe, after the lawsuit was filed. He did provide medical records of going to the emergency room after he was released from custody, but he would allege that the damages he sustained resulted in carpal tunnel syndrome through an expert. At a trial, we would, test the testimony of that expert through cross-examination or our own expert.
And for Treonia Gardner, what were her injuries? What did she state her injuries were?
She claims that she sustained injuries that resulted in right-hand metacarpal strain. At this point in the litigation, we do not have any medical records that confirm that diagnosis.
For her?
That's right.
So why is okay, so this is going to both of them?
Yes, the $150,000 would be split as follows. $130,000 would be allotted to Trayvon Gardner, and $20,000 would be allotted to Treonia Gardner, and that includes their attorney's fees.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Dowell. Alderman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why were they stopped?
The police were investigating or looking for suspects of a shooting in the area. They also observed the driver, Trayvon, using his cell phone. He could not produce a driver's license during the stop, so he was placed under arrest at that time.
So he saw a vehicle, so he stopped them on false pretenses. And then you start to berate the people that's in the car. for such a frivolous stop? What? I'm like Alderman Hairston. The police department is never going to stop their behavior. This is absolutely ridiculous. And then you get out and you're twisting people's arms and you got the cuffs too tight. And all of this is just absolutely ridiculous for them to continue on in the manner that they do business, that they are enforcing the law. And they stopped them for a frivolous reason that they stated. And then we're on the hook for always for their behavior. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Austin. Before we move to a vote, we have Mr. George Blakemore to testify.
And the ones who committed those criminal acts, the race. And it has happened to me many, many times in the 18th district and the code of silence. We got to watch out. We ask for our black policemen, but when they get in the office with those white policemen, the head of these and these commanders, I'm always playing the race card that these black policemen are silent. Something happened to me in the 18th, and they say you can't make a report. I made a report, nothing happened. Corporal, the whole system is broken, and you seem like you don't want to fix the system, and we can't even rely on our black policemen because they're bullied by our white police. Our black policemen know they're not no real policemen. They know, even if they're the superintendent, even if she's the mayor, she's not a white mayor. The system is a culture of this institutional racism. And don't you want to recognize it, or are you closing your eyes and blind to what's going on? This is why, and I challenge you, Honorable Chairman, because the other one was telling you, put them all together. I'm tired of hearing him. And you was an honorable man, you say, no, I'm going to call him for each item. You wasn't like Tony, who don't want to hear from the public. All of you hear about 20 items. So we do have some honorable people. All of them are not devils, but some of them, well, they got black devil helpers. Yes, they do. So again, it's very important to hear from the public. You welcome the public. You don't get up and ignore the public. You all supposed to be public servants. Y'all getting here, if you're going to stay all day, you're getting paid to serve the public, not yourself. That's why it's very important for concerned citizens to show up. You all have calls. Y'all have beat the people down. Just beat them down to nothing. I don't want to hear from them. Emmanuel used to turn his back. Don't you know that you serve the public?
Chair, one other question. I didn't go to the briefing, so did these two police officers have previous CSRs?
Yes. The second officer, he did not have any previous sustained CRs. The first officer, who's alleged to have choked the plaintiff, he does have one other CR for losing a weapon during a police chase.
And how long had these officers been on the force? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I can get that to you.
Thank you, Alderman Dow. Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Chairman. Once again, Ms. Rodney, can you also let us know how many accommodations each officer had throughout their career?
Yes, the lead officer received 63 complimentary awards throughout his career. And and he has been a police officer since 2005. To answer Alderman Dow's question, the second officer has been with the CPD since 2015. And he has received 66 complimentary awards.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Alderman Sposato. Do I have a motion to pass on item 1? Oh, I'm sorry, Alderman Hairston.
Just
I
real
apologize.
quick, just for the record, I just want to note that this suit 2 was filed in 2018 after the consent decree had been handed down. And with that, I will move to pass.
And Alderman Hairston moves to pass. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Item 1D, Alderman Villegas has a motion, do not pass. All those in favor, say aye. Do not pass. All those in favor, say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. We had, okay, I'll reiterate what we talked about last month. Ms. Rodney, could you give a brief about
The
Benitez?
plaintiff in the Benitez matter witnessed the aftermath of the Laquan McDonald shooting in 2015.
It was the intent of the council or the committee members to not move forward with this and to essentially challenge it in court. So we're taking up the council's request, and the motion to do not pass would allow it to go back. So Alderman Villegas, motion to do not pass.
So moved.
All those in favor, say aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it, and the motion do not pass. It fails. Succeeds. It doesn't fail. It succeeds. Do not pass. Sorry for the confusion, ladies and gentlemen. That was something that we worked on last month. This concludes the agenda of the Committee on Finance. May I have a motion to adjourn? So moved by Alderman Tunney. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for staying throughout the meeting.